jungle where I never stumble, crumble and slip. You mumbling, bumbling, stuttering, fumbling pricks. I'm coming hunting with the compass at night to surprise you bunkers. Take your face off, sew it to my head and hide amongst you. My lungs are like a random lethal weapon, keep the reaper stressed. And even he was guessing his white sleeves with the western. Everyone's the best of the best in the best division. Put you in a stress position, repossess you at your exorcism. Run 1,000 miles and beat you in your RS6. Throw 1,000 bricks like 100,000 rowdy kids. You couldn't oust me with 1,000 cans of house spray. Even if you burn me, my ashes spill out the outbreak. Turn the whole town upside down. Have you running like Wee Willie Winky just in your nightgown? Walking like a bunch of vigilante witch hunters with the wrong description. Hands on the Bible like a contradiction. Well, like a contradiction. I think that you and me, we shouldn't start again. Everything has to come to an end. Now I feel relieved that me and you, we lost each other. All we used to care about is
Hello guys, good morning everyone. How's life? How's it going? How you guys all doing? Hello, good morning. How's your Sunday? I hope you're all nice and comfy there and chilling. Hey Geek, hey Nick, hey Slavic, hey Dreamwater, hey Sheep, hey Atwis. Hello guys, hello, good morning, good morning. How's your day starting there? Hey Window, hello. Sponsoring the addictions. Insane. Insane. Alright. So, let's get some gaming going. A little bit of gaming before it is time for the weekly gaming news recap around noon, as always. As always. Until then, we gaming some Dune a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Alright. So yeah, today basically Dune and gaming news recap. The usual. Nothing crazy. Then tomorrow RPG Monday. All stream KCD1. And I'm gonna drop the schedule update in the morning tomorrow. Because schedule next week will be a little all over the place. Tuesday we'll see. It will be probably like 1 hour later start than usual, like 5 p.m. probably CST. But I might start a bit later, we'll see. And it's probably gonna be just some new games. I have like 3 games basically. I think I need to play kinda. Yeah, something around that I think. Should be. That will be already available in terms of, what's the name? The embargoes. So that's gonna be on Tuesday. And then yeah, Wednesday I'm traveling. And Thursday I gonna maybe finish a little bit earlier, we'll see. And not necessarily actually. Because gonna go to the birthday. But I'll be basically kinda like staying at the place that is kinda a little far from all my friends and relatives. At least part of it, like the half of the family I guess gonna be closer, and the half will be further away, and all my friends will be further away. So I will need like 1 hour basically of the travel between. But I think this maybe will be fine, because considering time zones, I'll be finishing usually at 5 p.m. local time. And I guess they will go like to restaurant when everyone is like done with work and everything. So like 6 p.m. probably will be kind of fine. But we'll see, maybe like 30 minutes earlier on Thursday. Friday will be probably a shorter stream, most likely, next Friday. And then Saturday will be off, and Sunday will be a later start. So yeah, next week will be kind of like all over the place. All over the place. A little bit all over. But should be fine though. After that, gonna be like also kind of, well, like the whole basically second half of July and August until like 25th of August will be kind of like a little all over the place. And then I hopefully will return and everything will, well, and then it's gonna be like the grind time. There might be another opportunity, right? If the Wednesday travel gonna end up not very fortunate with the border people, and then yeah, then it might be, you know, a long break, like for a few years maybe. We'll see. hopefully not gonna go that way. Hopefully not gonna go that way. And then in August, hopefully it also will be possible to return back to the grind here. Always a little bit of a risk there. One can say it is literally quite the Russian roulette there. Quite. But yeah, we'll see. Should be good. Should be good. Worst case, gonna get some reason the border going, you know, for a few hours, but hopefully should be good. Hopefully should be good. And yeah, in August we'll see. The August plans, we will see what's gonna be exactly. I just hope while I'm out there's not gonna be like some issues with fucking landlord. These landlords are fucking annoying, dude, I'm telling you. And I actually arrived like for the 3rd time yesterday. It's like 3 days, like Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. I think they were already like arriving, complaining about the chaos and our friends, you know, like kind of summer kitchen spot. which I don't even know why they give a shit. There is no like food leftovers or something. There's gonna be some rats or something. Dude just, you know, a little likes the chaos. I mean, I haven't been inside the house. They haven't seen like what's in my other friend's room, for example. They probably would complain about that too, even. But since they kind of like freely, you know, like strolling around the yard, because they have keys and everything, right? And there's some works in the yard going, they just constantly check what is up in this fucking summer thingy. And constantly mold out about it. First it was like one group of family arriving to mold out, then it was another group of family arriving to mold out, and yesterday was a third one already arriving to mold out. So we'll see. I mean, the friend at least kind of like started like, you know, kind of like tidying it up a little. Hopefully, yeah, hopefully. I mean, it should be just gonna be probably like very fun. A very fun, you know, in-person yapping stream. Most likely, potentially. A little bit of an interview. That's fine. I will get that. Should be. Okay, just hope I'm not gonna need to like move out from here while I'm not here. I don't know, I guess I maybe even like knock things up so my friends don't have some... Having a conversation? Yeah, that's exactly the one. Just the audience is like, you know, a bunch of security agents. And the national security agents, you know. So a little bit of a demanding, you know, audience for the conversation. A little bit demanding. And they sure can content shame you all they want. Let's put it that way. Alright. So your friend will kind of like tidy it up a little more. Do you really need to tidy it up some more? Even though at this point I actually kind of wouldn't even mind already to fuck off from here. Because it would be only two of us then. With the friend who is, you know, not doing some PPG stuff. And it would be cheaper, it would be easier. It would be less problems. And not to mention I'm gonna be absent for like 1.5 months basically. So he already renting out one room apartment anyway, right? For his like papers, things, registrations and stuff. So he can just move there. No problems while I'm out. And then when I return we can figure something out, whatever. I wouldn't actually even mind such turn of events. But that shit will continue, because if they're gonna every day just like roll in and start complaining, that's just annoying. That's just annoying, man. Oh yeah, thank you. Hopefully we'll be all good with travels, that just kinda, yeah, like, still bothers a little. Not doing all this, like, you know, phone cleaning, PC cleaning regularly. Not like I have anything crazy going, but you know, nowadays anything that is a bit out of the line is crazy enough already. Yes, I see. I mean, I had some like in Uzbekistan, for example. There was a lady who like kinda, yeah, she just needed to like talk and everything, but she was just calling, you know, she was just calling all the time, asking and stuff. Like, well, that's all right, you know. Like I can handle that. That's fine. But here is just like they're literally just like coming in and complaining about stuff. Like what's your even problem, you know? Like we're gonna clean everything. Like you're gonna get apartment when we're done, you know, in the way it was before we moved in. Like how it is between the moment you rented it out and, you know, I got it back. Like it's not really your business as long as there is no, you know, like damage and stuff going. Like neighbors not complaining, you know, nothing happening. So what's your fucking problem? There'll be some complaints or something, like literal actually like rats or something running around, sure. But like there's like just chaos, you know. Like in general it's like the summer place outside that is kind of like already used as like a storage. Like they had all those like, you know, benches, like wooden tables and stuff standing there. So like it's not, it's like it's some sort of like, you know, a dink tidy spot there. Like it's just like storage outside already. So like, well, okay, fine. Now there is like, you know, like a friend's laptop also there. All right, like a big, you know, like Bluetooth speaker from his bar standing there also sometimes. All right, like he does like some sort of, you know, like the clay, like some handmade clay, you know, like I don't know how to even to say, like kind of souvenirs sort of that they were planning to kind of like start selling to tourists. Not sure if they're gonna if they're gonna start and when, but basically he was like doing some clay shit there. So there's those like, you know, clay thingies laying around, you know, like the clay left over, maybe like a little kind of like something dirty, not like their territory dirty, just like some like, I don't know, wooden board dirty or something where he works or some shit. But like, dude, it's literally like outside, it's not inside the house or anything. Not to mention that for over a month we have all those workers here right under the windows of the house, hammering those tiles in, starting like at like 8-9 a.m. right? Sometimes cutting those tiles also, because you know, you need like across the walls, you need to kind of like, the full one not gonna fit, you need to cut them in the right angle and stuff, in the right size. So they're cutting that shit. There is like dust all over the place from cutting that stuff, so like windows are pretty much constantly closed in summer, right? Because there is dust, there is noise, so the windows are closed because of that. Dude, that's for a month already, almost like every day. And like, we're not complaining about that, whatever, even though we kind of didn't sign up for that. When we were moving in, when we were getting this apartment, they said like, oh, we're gonna be like, you know, like visiting sometimes to like take care of things on the yard. Well, we thought, you know, like they're gonna be like mowing some lawns and stuff, right? Because, well, I mean, makes sense. Sure, yeah, fine, feel free, no problems. We didn't expect that taking care would mean, you know, just fucking hammering tiles and like cutting shit with dust all over the place, and like kind of like workers constantly being present in our yard. You know, I kind of want like after shower and stuff, just go there and like in the underpants, you know, just like stand in the sun, sunbathing and like drying myself up. Like in underpants only, and then there's like 3 Armenian dudes, you know, like chilling there and working or chilling and smoking. I didn't sign up for that shit, dude. Any good morning. Or just want to go like outside, sit there and read a book or something in the evening, and there's like people also around there. Like, dude, the fuck. At least it's not inside the house, so whatever. Moving again. Gonna go home. Gotta go home, man. For like a month, a bit over a month. Hopefully not moving from this yet house, even though like the landlords are fucking annoying, so we'll see how this will end up. I see. That's the sauce one. Nice NPC too. Alright. It's like where's NPC on the roof? They're not supposed to be there. So yeah, just going for a bit of a visit. Yeah, I'm gonna go for some birthdays and stuff. Need some paperwork to be done because yeah, while I was out, the apartment block where I kinda registered is being demolished. Well, my family basically already moved into another apartment block that they gave them apartment in, so I need to go like do some paper shit because of that too. Change my registration in the beautiful all digital place. I need to still go and get some fucking stamp in my passport and stuff. So yeah, gonna go spend some time there too while I'm kind of close, and the flights are also really cheap, so might as well. Actually, flights from here to there are really cheap. It's like 50 bucks basically. Flights back are 100 bucks already. But that's still manageable, so whatever. You see, guys. So yeah, a lot of people kind of returning for like the paperwork and stuff. Like my sister actually, who already like lives in Germany, like officially and stuff, also gonna be visiting around the same time. My cousin, so I'm gonna meet with her too, I guess. Haven't seen her also in a long time. So yeah, gonna have some of that shit done. Ridiculous full damage, and I'm just wasting a bunch of time. Is there another one? There is. Oh, come on. Poison should be enough already. The melee. Nice shoot. Oh, my shield. We're not dying still. What is this? Thank you much. Shield. The schedule because of that will be a little over, but still gonna be trying to go 5 days a week as usual for the summer. Then when return is gonna be back to the grind. Maybe someday grind. Oh, maybe will be probably. I'm just like thinking what kind exactly. I'm not sure yet. We'll see how to plan everything. Streamline there? Yeah, I don't think so. Don't think so. I do not think so. Huh? Not the right type of language for that. Yeah, no. Kind of thinking about introducing new platforms though, probably we'll see. Question is how to do it better. Main question, I guess. But that multi-streaming and stuff, maybe. But totally not there. Wrong language. Wrong language. I probably will actually hear about that if we're gonna have some woody conversation with border people. I probably will hear about that. Why didn't they move platforms? People usually just don't really realize what it means. Like moving platforms usually is. Which way is going? He's leaving good. Usually just like best case 50% they'd give for all you have. In the same time changing languages and stuff, then it's like complete rip. That was one like guy in the Nellis community was also streaming, you know, hanging out at TwitchCon and stuff back 2019. Doing Hungarian, and he tried to switch to English streaming. That did not go well. No, needless to say, he's not even streaming anymore. I think he actually works in like Hungarian IGN or something now. Which... That sounds good. At least you actually get paid for what you do. That is nice. A Mixer and Ninja, yeah. Well, I mean, even I think the one and only, the biggest minor enjoyer. I think he said before even like the last drama unfolded when he just moved from Twitch to YouTube. I think he said that it was like 75% of the audience just pretty much like PvP, or like 75% of like income. Well, actually, yeah, not sure. Was it audience? Was it income? Because income probably dropped even harder. Because of all the sponsors and stuff he lost, but I think even audience-wise that was like a massive hit. And I've seen some of like our local content creators molding. Like I don't really follow like the Russian-speaking scene much, but like even I heard some echoes from there, from people who moved from like YouTube to the local platforms and stuff, and it was just kind of like completely rip. Which now even more people probably will be forced to, because YouTube now are making the monetization changes. Now it's not like the IP and geography because of all the VPNs and stuff. Now everything's gonna be targeted by language. So basically, if you stream in the language that is not Poga, then you kinda fucked, no matter where you are yourself. Because they will be like the advertisers will be able to just target the language. And the language of content. Which I think, and in general, will probably hit like a lot of content creators from like non-English speaking. Just non-English speaking content creators, basically. In general. Yeah, that's like always the case. There was even like the Dinker example. That was, what was his name? Myth, I think it was. Who actually was... Well, like there was like the multifaceted, I guess, thing with him, because like he was also peaking in Fortnite times, and when Fortnite started going down, obviously, he also started, but he managed to get like the YouTube bag, like massive one. I don't remember, he mentioned how much, it was like 2 mil or something even. I got the YouTube bag, and then when I moved to YouTube, literally had like 500 viewers or less, I think. I think actually like it was hundreds, like a few hundreds there. So like, you know, I'm not in hundreds, but like I don't need 2 mil. Like a couple 100,000, I'm ready. Let's go for 2 years even. No problems. No problems then. Email in bio. Let's go. I would be down. Well, yeah, basically they just for 2 mil got someone who was streaming for like a couple 100 viewers there. So yeah, the platform's change is already annoying, and the language is like ripped completely. And Hungarian guy returned after some time to Hungarian also, but already kind of like lost a bunch of viewers from his switch to English, and then yeah, just quit streaming pretty much. It's kind of interesting when you like, you know, like know some people in the industry, and when you kind of like go around, you know, looking for some people you kind of like watched, I guess, before. And like the best one usually, I think, for me is like the TCG, you know, scene, like Hearthstone scene from like the peak times, in like, you know, like 16, even earlier, I guess, like 2014, 2016, like those times. Yeah, you go around there and you're just like, dude, what the fuck? Where are all those people? You go to like channels and Twitters, and everyone is already like, you know, completely quit and stuff. And those are the people who kind of been, you know, in pretty good spots and positions back then with a lot of viewers and stuff. People who were kind of like in smaller channels and stuff, they just completely gone and don't even know them. Immortal, yeah, 10 years ago. Indeed. You basically, like, if you do something like that, you already, like, need to rebuild the channel from zero. And, dude, like, I would not advise anyone to do that. Unless you have some sort of, like, background that can benefit you with the, you know, audience acquisition and stuff, then just don't even... Like, if you... Even if you, like, you know, super comedian, super MLG player, or have, like, some insane tech and content, like... Even then, it's probably impossible almost. Like, I think the only reasonable and like reliable way is like networking. That's the only way. Like, if you have some contacts that are already kind of successful and you can kind of, you know, like manage to network with them regularly, stable, then it will be fine. But still, like, I mean, like, Ella made me, and you know, despite even that, it wasn't, you know, like some sort of a making of insane proportions into the tops of the Twitch, right? Considering his channel size and stuff, it's also still kind of like, you know, minuscule proportion of that. Which, I mean, I'm absolutely thankful for him. Without him, it wouldn't even happen whatsoever. Just saying that even if you have like some networking capabilities and opportunities, it is still maybe not the best career prospect, you know, to chase some content creation. Unless you really kind of just want to do it for funsies. They grow a lot through those times, yeah, but not a lot of that, you know, channels into people who he's kind of like networking with. I mean, it depends, right? If you're gonna go full-on networking about just like constantly, like, you know, like, let's do some like co-oping, let's do co-oping, you know, and some like also like meta games and stuff, then yeah, you're probably gonna get like a little better impact, but still like nothing crazy. So even with networking, I would say you might be kind of limited in opportunities. Without networking, I think it's just kind of like, yeah, don't even. Not even advise, probably like go for something like then already if things don't work, just go for not what I would do. I'd probably just go already for completely different like platform and stuff, most likely. Alright, then I come here. This guy though. Okay, not here. Nice. I hate this crosshair here. I hate the damages on these guys. And the Valheim streams, yeah, that was a good time. That was a good time. You survived, yo. Motherfucker. Alright, good thing they're reloading. All of them. What the fuck did you do, really? 7 months ago, damn son. TwitchCon works as a networking thing. Oh no, they're like events in general. Like they to be networking, you need to kind of already either be in some sort of circle, or you need to be some sort of like, you know, like insane socialite or something. I guess let's put it that way. Like TwitchCon like never really was, in my opinion, about the networking for new people. It's like for those who already know each other. And it was kind of good for me because like I was always like, you know, hanging out with Ella pretty much. Like then I was like still also like actively like, you know, modding, being a big part of the community still. So I was kind of like, you know, just hanging out with him. And Triza was with us, CB, you know. And we already had a group. And then you kind of get to like, you know, meet each other's audience. get to meet some new people and stuff. But if you just go there like out of nowhere, like alone, sorta, if you are kind of like who, then that's gonna be no difference for you whatsoever. Because everyone is just like standing there in pretty much like, you know, friend circles. Huh? So yeah, that one doesn't even work that much, I would say. So what did you ask them about? The remote if not a secret? I mean, it took a while even to answer back then for the key request and stuff, but that was 7 months at least, thankfully. That was a bit faster. I probably will dip into it again when they're gonna be releasing. I did like the game, it was kind of fun. So yeah, I would say even events are not that crazy. And to hang out with community, you need to have a community already, right? Like, it was great to hang out with community, actually, but that's because I already had community, because I was also part of Alice community, so I was there. And then it was great. Otherwise, but nowadays I think it's actually even kind of not that good, because out of community, like, pretty much no one goes. And you go to, like, TwitchCon channels on Discords of people I know, and it's just kind of, like, dead. Like, I think himself already skipped like 2 or something TwitchCons. I think CB3's I think going, but they like don't really have a lot of people attending other communities and stuff. From OGs who were with us in 2019, I don't think anyone goes actually. Like, I always kind of ask, because if a lot of people would go, I maybe would try to consider just a lot of expenses, you know, for me now to go for it. And a lot of kind of like logistical issues. Yeah, Stoke, welcome back to the dungeon. Thank you, sir. Thank you, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. And whenever I ask, basically no one ends up going. Without it, TwitchCon is actually dog. Visas, yeah. Visas doable, but that's a lot of money. Like, if I would be going from here without going home, then I would need to make Spanish visa, which means I would need to go to Spain, you know, because visa to Spain. So that basically adds, you know, extra flights, extra stays, extra expenses and everything. Or I would need to go home and apply for visa from home. The country where you need to go, but when you go home, I think Netherlands don't get applications from home anymore, so that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work already. Yeah, Kirello, how we doing? And this one is for aluminium. I need one, like the higher tier one, that would be good. I see what I say. First step already fail, bad man. I'll go Nakira. Movement is nice. Movement is dink. So visas would be doable, but yeah. That and also applying for the Spanish visa from here, I think is $200, so that's again even more money, and that's not something I have plenty of whatsoever. Was 80 if you're applying from Armenia, for example. From home, I think it is like around still 80 or 100 or something. I think it is 80. Like last I checked, like German one for maybe Gamescom. I think it was 80. I think it was. But yeah, Gamescom, like no one really even going. And yeah, it's still like flights and all that stuff, so I just decided to ditch that stuff. Gonna go to Gamescom Asia then. It's in Thailand, and we plan Thailand anyway, so that's I think what they're gonna do instead. Probably. Doesn't really matter that much if someone goes or not. I already gonna be there anyway, so might as well attend. Right, Arakian. Get some quiz done and travel then. A bit of questing. The optional stuff. And the main stuff. Good game. Turn that back maybe. What's happening with this now? I can't even fucking climb this shit anymore. You can only park on the top, but if you fall down, it's gonna be pain. On the grappling hook, but that actually throws you quite far. Dropping down. And then we'll be able to get up again. There's actually more cuttable stuff. I think there's only two. I don't think I see more. And there's some in the front there. Two sides and one roof. Where on the side though? Oh, this one. Ah. Yes, collect. Brother. Okay, closey one. Guess I'm already full. No. Just did not collect. Not because it is that much. Yeah, Bill. little fine thing I didn't notice before. I thought there will be like another big one. I was looking on that side. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that. Still a lot of blade in there, accuracy. I see. Enjoy, man, enjoy. Sounds good. Some good movie then. I actually kind of feel like that. And that specific side to loot is the best shit. I think there was a lot of goodies there. Stocks. Still there, I wonder. Kinda looks like that base got a bit upgraded. Haven't checked in a while. The vehicle fuel. A window from drops to Sokish. I mean, it's the same set again, right? The observer one, so I guess they're just gonna like drop all the pieces of the set over the time. So might as well get them. Might as well get them. Same set but different parts, yeah. This one seems kind of familiar. Come on, brother, get me out. enemy guy. Come here. Some loot we can collect, I guess. Yeah, wouldn't hurt. Slowly grind more stuff. I get the deep deserts, so I can slowly grind that one too. Slowly. I don't know where the purple one was. Back here. Oh, this one I haven't checked.
Target found.
Something beneath, right? It's down there. Well, I might as well. Just collecting all of those, huh? Haven't seen what 40 yet. The blue one was on the top there.
I've got you covered.
That's the purple one. $70 meters. What's that? there? The books. More aluminium stuff. Already got a whole bunch of duraluminum. But it feels kind of like the loot box, not the loot box, but the loot table. And some of the areas here for duraluminum, not that boga. It's like the same set pieces, the same few weapons mostly. We can maybe start selling some. At least for a little bit of monies, that wouldn't hurt. Got a whole bunch of spice infused aluminium, at least from that. So that is good. Some of the stuff, I guess. Use this one. Clean the key. Guess we did get it. That's some good loot. Any more boxes like that? I wouldn't mind.
Need backup.
Doesn't seem like it. hoping to return with hardcore. Looks like it. Aim left. I guess that's fine. On Redux. We also have these boxes. That's good, huh? Called your water here. Showing around the booster is so good. Then you sit in the assault one. And with the inventory and you suffer. But at least you can carry shit. All this Kamal spice fields. Another one there. You just descend. Can find some spice for free around there. That was the one, right? The one I was passing, probably. It wasn't said then. Not sure. The free spice, yeah. Yeah, on work days, well, people grinding less usually can find some. I mean, like, I did find some, it's just like they empty at the end. So I guess they were farmed. I know where that one was down, but it's gonna be farmed probably too now. I had multiple power packs. No, this grabbed one, I think, didn't I? Collection. Here, let's see. Will this spice be free? Come on. Wait when that happens. What is that? you could be formed. Was there, I think, somewhere over here. I think it's there. An old fake spice. I'll take it. Fuck off, am I already? Oh, because it's the drum set, let's see. Right in the middle. From this side, maybe. Dude, it's camping already. Changing direction. I think drum sand already though. Trickier to farm. All on the drum sets. At least 3 I should get. The range would be better. Yeah, it's already close. No risky. So one there and enough. And the one who's getting more pissed. Carry capacity. Ooh, carry capacity not feeling too good. It's gonna think about looting some more stuff, but whatever. Some Mega bases. Kinda sucks you can make like, you know, just like the cannon a landing pad, or ornithopters. It's kinda pointless because it's not gonna be protected. So you're not gonna be leaving it on that pad. Look at this. Insane super hardcore ninja. Yeah, this one is the carrier even. Nice, nice. Splice in sight, but not too far. Relax. Fine. I went a bit out of control. Should have done like more stuff in the first noob area. You just basically pass it and there is no point returning. And get some reusing for it maybe. So you can do more stuff there. Oh yeah, some things I wanted to craft actually. I think I got like the mega storage for the buggy. It's not like that much more, 250 more, but I mean, why not? No more good Mark 5 stuff though. I still don't have Mark 5 power shield, the power pack rather. Actually, no shield. No, wait, shield I already got. Yeah, pack. That I don't have. More storage here now. This one actually gets the Jasmium. 93 in Jasmium. This one actually better then. Still need to get one that will be able to cut stuff in the deep desert to go. But that's kinda nice. .500 pool regen per second, 55. 600 pool, 48 per second. It doesn't even feel like that worth really. That's 7 difference in regen. I'm gonna cover that 100 difference in volume. Not very fast. Let's put it that way. Not sure, not sure. I think bigger pool is kinda better. This can like go a glide longer. I don't think you really need much. In which situations that might be better. It'd be like not 55 but like 60 or something, that maybe. But that 7 per second regen gonna take a while actually to cover. Whatever, let's get the regular one. Get other pieces of set also, I think. Helmet and gloves. Seem to need helmet.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
The Sentinel's voice. These are probably not better than mine. And the water gathering improvement. Get some heavy gloves and no. The gloves is still missing then.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Some weapons I could try to actually. The way of the desert. The aluminium one. Nice. That's right. Take the triple shot rifle. Also the aluminium one. Try that one. This doesn't seem like the sniper one though. It kind of looks here, but doesn't seem like it. Burst drill shot.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Show that is going. About time for you to go. That storm is right here. Got a bit of water. rest and finished. Just getting spawns all the spice all the time. And Rex, sometimes that is none. For a while. I wonder what decides that. Fake spice there. Check that before. It's got mod spice. That one's probably like in the middle somewhere, aren't you? Already. Shoots. Sniper man.
Shield on!
I can do them.
Shield's on! Help!
On boxes. Start shooting. Oh, don't need to. They will do more good stuff. Should be a couple of shits there at least. Careful jumping around there. That thing just kills you, I think. strong one. Yeah, this one always like flies a little too far.
Shields up.
Bless this weapon.
Didn't get blood, brother.
We've got incoming.
What are they doing with that run there? Not as much.
We've got incoming.
See someone.
Where are you running? Why are you running? Nice.
Shield on.
Maybe trying to hit them in some specific areas.
Found you.
Nice. Piega. Wait, where did that go? See what do I say? I'm not getting the loot you need. Never lucky, man. Never lucky. I wanna do this all aluminium. Come on. Let's see, can't see this. Oh, sorry. Get all the shields, eh?
I knew that you would come. I saw you in my dreams.
Heard that before. Heard that before.
Even my loyal lieutenants were unable to keep you at bay. And for what?
Doing the SSF. See.
I did everything that they asked of me. Find the Fremen. There were no Fremen to find. So I did the next best thing. I created a new Fremen. Better Fremen. My musicas. Still, it is never enough. I'm tired of being afraid. Tired of the voices that they put in my head. Please, let us end this. One way or another.
This shit. Wrong weapon. Stamina. Nice. Ändå. Another one sent by Bede Jesuit. Take their place.
Heavens stand open and scatter their riches. My hands need but gather them. Why do I think of an ambush and poison in my molten cups? Why do I feel mine? Love's arms beckon with their naked delights, and Eden's promises of ecstasy. I
Look at the smile.
the scars, dream of old transgression. And why do I see
The Path of Exile 1 is still delivering way more than 2. And like the next update for 2 is like in August or something. Could they... they kind of give up on it a little themselves or something. What a way to go. What a rotten way to go. Let's see what do I say, huh? You can do like the seasons there or something. Or just literally update and the same stuff for now. Paranoid Horseman shield. Probably wasn't mine. 0.604. Pretty much the same. Pretty much the same. Huh? A free replacement if needed, I guess. With this one, the harder to finish some quests. Some RPG could be kinda alright every once in a while. And you still don't really feel like it. Still don't really feel like it. And I feel it's also something you just like start playing and then you start feeling like it. One of those, huh? appetite arriving while you're already eating. And go for another capital run. Out of quest now. This I guess we keep. Okay, the dog but might as well. This not gonna sell much anyway. Alright, get Solari on the fly then. Gotta deposit. Deposit the Stonkus. So Haruka village, I guess, first. I guess some quest turn didn't get the new ones. And some other kin stuff too. That can wait, I guess, for now. The pay the tax is also what I'm at, I guess. Yeah, one more hour. One more. The mega taxes. And bank. Just want to do this, I guess. What's the next step?
Oh, look. The kitten is back. Do we have business? Oh, very good, kitten. Both of your targets are dead. But I have not received new instructions for you yet. Return later, and I will have more. About the dead people? Well, color me fascinated, kitten. Most people want to put that sort of thing behind them.
Better ideas than one portal per mob. What can that be?
I
What
don't
can
know,
that be?
but I can draw some conclusions. A slaver and a cult leader, both causing some instability in one of the regions Fenring oversees. Both had strange proclivities. The names Glutton and Paranoid speak to that. So, kitten, here is my conclusion. Fenring wanted them dead. That's it. Not even in the slightest. Curiosity doesn't kill, kitten, but Fenring does.
I'll wait for further instructions. All the way to the end. Just to pay the tax.
You're back.
No tax due. Yeah, 22 hours. Come on. A little more time until then. Where's she gone?
Don't mind me, I'll just be moving along. With me? Well, what could I possibly know? The Lady in Black? Wait, you've seen her too? I wasn't sure if she was real or if I dreamed of her. Sorry, I wasn't sure. I've been having problems remembering things. I'm not sure anyone really knows her. I've certainly tried. She's the most beguiling woman I've ever laid eyes upon. I espied her one day on the concourse and found myself following her back here. She did not, but that didn't deter me. On the very first day, I pledged my life to serve her, if she would have me. She refused, of course, and sent me away with her powers, but again, I was not deterred. Each day, I would come to find her, and each day, she would send me away. Yes, at least, I think so. I have been having trouble keeping it all clear. My mind isn't what it used to be. There have been others, too, looking for her. I don't know for sure who they are, but they were mercs. That much I know. There are enough of them around here. You might still be able to find them at Hanavar's.
Mercs.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw Solaris? How much Solaris would you like to...
Deposit it all. I had some more, but I guess it is what it is. How do we know it's them?
Help you with something? Buy me a spice ale and you can ask anything you want. Your choice, mate. But if you want to chat, you gotta grease the wheels.
Spend the monies. Oh, I had some. But not on me, I guess. Not on me.
Welcome back.
Geldi bir giden. 1000. Hurry. Thank you guys, thank you.
Back again. Buy me a cold and frosty, just how I like it. Now, said you had questions. You know how it is. Mercenaries were like moths, drawn to whatever flaming hellhole burns the brightest. Some, but my crew don't like the desert or the heat. We'll probably finish up this one last job, then hop on the first transport off this rock. You're well informed, aren't you? I should probably be suspicious. But honestly, I don't give a shit. We'll take whatever help we can get. Yeah, we're looking for a witch. She wasn't around when we came by, but if you have any information that would help, I can make it worthwhile. I'm not at liberty to divulge details, but let's just say the sister owes some money to the kind of people who expect to be repaid. Nah, I don't mind if you ask, but it's gonna cost you a hell of a lot more than a beer for us to sell out our client. More than you've got. No worries. We already know where she is. She's hiding out at the Hoodoo.
Just tell us everything.
We've just gotta go over there and scoop her up.
Just tell us everything. Hey Raging, hello. How are you doing, man? Back we go. Back we go. Sanctum and Ultimatum. Let's see, what do I say? I didn't like those. Didn't like those. Nice, Raja, nice. No damage, say. Fine. Let's approach from this side then. Should be good, eh? Maybe a bit higher, but should be fine. Exactly know them. Perfect. You're the Yuri completed even. Or really now. city was cleared by someone already.
Your arrival is propitious and gratefully received. These Syndicate hardmen have harassed me across many systems. It is very good that you have eradicated them at last. You have my gratitude.
It wasn't even me.
No, I am annoyed. The only reason I came to this rad-blasted hellscape was to consult some wall-hewn Kunil script in a nearby cave. Regrettably, I cannot tell you. It has been defaced with laser fire. Someone took it upon themselves to destroy centuries-old Zensuni writing by scoring a disproportionately rendered phallus on the wall.
Classic.
Very good. It is well that both of us have not wasted our time. But you must retain the book for now. I cannot be encumbered in the Badlands.
So we need to return again. Back to Hardcore, I assume. Yep, classic. No, this is close here. Yeah, the Ascension stuff, I remember. That one was quite something. That one was quite something. It's kind of nice, like, it's a challenging thing to do, but yeah, tying it to some of your character progression, maybe not that good. Maybe not that good. Conceptually, it wasn't bad, though. Just a bit infuriating, you know. And when you need to do it, not when you want to do it.
When it gets dark at night, you'll find me by your side.
Back we go again. Heel done a low. How we do, man? Yeah, he's alive. Turn some quests in. A lot of cool and Finnish people in the game, huh? Well, more like kind of Slavic people here, I guess. Maybe the mixture.
You're back. At last. Let me see it.
It's...
I wasn't sure that you would come. Yes, you have. Your loyalty is unexpected and welcome. That doesn't really concern you, and the less you know, the better.
Loyalty is in short supply.
Fine. Perhaps you have a point. What do you wish to know?
See what I say. No, they're more kind of the space Slavs here, you know.
My name is Jocasta Cleo, and truth be told, I am no longer of the Sisterhood.
And you think the dang guy called Vladimir on top of that? And before it was cool, you know.
Without getting into detail, my exile from the Sisterhood found me on the Sanctuary planet, Tupil. Only the Spacing Guild knows its exact location, so travel to or from Tupil requires their compliance.
Whole living in insane, you know. Mega industrial hellscapes with no ecology and everything. And mostly bold all the time too, you know.
Yes. Especially so when you are stranded with no currency. For a long time I did nothing, other than pursuing my research on bloodlines. 170 years, give or take.
Look at day over 150.
Prolonged youth is a small benefit of my training, although it is frowned upon within the Order. I fell in with a criminal syndicate and bought my way off the planet with their help. Oh, I don't know. Truth be told, I had no intention of paying them beyond the few Solaris I fronted as a show of good faith, or bad faith, as it were. Yes, although they were but one crew, it's likely the rest of their company and their leadership are here.
Any training?
Yes, you have shown unexpected aptitude. If only you had been trained from pre-adolescence, the Sisterhood would make good use of you.
Thus far, you have learned to control your body and mind. Now, you must use them in concert to see.
With your muscle training, you will detect the slight shift in air pressure to know a nearby door has opened. With a focused mind, you will detect the variations in a person's voice and comportment to reveal their emotional state or potential deception. Working together, your heightened senses allow you to see the unseeable and know the unknowable. Now, focus. Very good. Your third eye has opened, and with it, a new world opens as well. Continue training and you will be a formidable presence. But for now, take your leave while I examine Kind's lexicon. Do what you must to discover who has issued the contract against me and report back.
Still some more stuff. Well, we got a tier 3, but I don't really have skill points for that shit. Increasing max health could be kinda alright, I guess. Yeah, the healing regen limit is also kinda alright, I guess. Oh, speed, yeah. Speed is also always good, But I need the skill points. Leveling up already slowing down there. A little bit, a little bit. Let's go regen the limit probably for now. Max HP also would be good. That'll be the next one probably gonna level. You get the planetologist so I can increase the resource gains, and that would be good. Going to Spain this year, by the way, Elton. Are ready to go and blast some heat there. Are you just gonna keep the insane Devin and basement dwelling? Busy having life, I see. Shaken. Imagine having life. Why would you do that to yourself? Why? Why? I could go for a week, but not much longer, let's see. I mean, a week is also nice. A week is also nice. A week is also good. Travel costs, though. Might as well look this stuff while I'm at it. My travel pretty much like from here to there was actually kinda reasonable. It's like $50 with no luggage, even less. And with luggage, yeah, like 60. Going back though, that is a bit more expensive. Like twice that. Still doable, I guess. I guess that kind of once a year thing, maybe. Not sure about next year, of course. With this last trip already gonna be lost, you know. Box is what I call a month of food, I mean, not false, not false. He's quite good here too with that. Gonna return in Hobofy, probably. And when I go back in August, actually full Hobofy not gonna work because there'll be potentially some mega streaming stuff to do. Get some IRL stream travels then. Good. You take beams alone. How we do, man? Doing good, man. Nice, nice. That is good. 50 for a month of food. I mean, not all only consumes like oats and beans. That's it. Nothing else. See. There wasn't here before, so might be new one. Of 100 when you feel rich. Insane. No, for 100 a year just for food, you would be able to eat a lot of fruits and veggies. Just live off of that, probably quite good. That's what I kind of want. We'll see though. I bet I return. When I return in August, maybe I will. We'll need to think how to proceed with IRL. There's a high chances that we're gonna return next summer, probably here again. So I need to kind of make base there, I think, probably to keep something for next time. But we'll see. And you'll see how to do it better. Build just like in late August, September, just go full mega grind mode, and the PC. Fit more. Don't really take that much space though. Feel that much, but fine. No, just a little left there. Consuming that when you're feeling rich. What is the rich food then? Here we basically, when we go to the marketplace, for the fruits, veggies, all that stuff, it's usually well like 20 euro, I guess. That for 20 euro is gonna be like, you know, the dink one. Get some fruits, get some veggies, get some flatbread, get some cheese. And it's for 2 of us. Wouldn't say it's exactly for a week, I guess, though. But it's also for 2. Going out and eating something. Ah, I see, I see. Eating outside. Eating not at home, it is kinda rich behavior, though, I agree. Same for our mentality, I guess. Well, some kebab here is not too bad, huh? $10 at minimum for anything. There is... Receive transmission. Is it like in the radio stuff? No, well, I guess that's how we receive transmission. Monka is... Insane transmissions. The epic cutscene's fine. I mean, it is kind of rich behavior, though. Because they can afford it, you know. And it's just, you know, the shades of rich, I guess. The different scales of it.
This next canto is... disturbing. You have my sympathies. If your tongue offends, remove it. If your eyes cause you to stumble, pluck them
And now, our next and finest musicas. The sand tiger shark, Cacharius taurus, native to Old Terra. The sand tiger displays a curious reproductive strategy, one of intrauterine cannibalism. When the earliest embryo of the shark reaches a certain size threshold, it kills and devours its siblings. In the blackness of the primordial pocket ocean, that is, the sand tiger hunts its fellow embryos, absorbing their nutrients and achieving exponential growth. When the lone sand tiger shark emerges from the womb, it is stronger and better able to deal with predators and And what of you, little Adelphage? Do you grow? Are you enjoying your recent feast?
I can show you the way. Follow the guide. Have you seen what you needed to see? Is this the path you desired? Consider the strands that came before. Consider the strands that lie ahead. Consider whom you allowed to become entangled in those strands. Consider the choices.
The Spice Dream. To continue. Yeah, that wasn't exactly the transmission.
I have something for us, but
there it
we
is.
must act quickly. An Ixian freighter lost contact with the spaceport at Arakeen on its descent from the Highliner. I don't know what it's carrying, but it's a safe bet that the command deck will carry the Ixian decoder technology we need. The problem is that Ixian tech is rare and valuable, so you'd better get there before the wreck is picked clean by scavengers. You'll know it by its name, the Hephaestus. I guess that makes you Prometheus in this story.
I didn't quite follow that. I mean, it probably was like the... That we kinda... The other embryos were the guys we killed, because they also were sent by Bene Gesserit, seems like. So we killed and consumed them, becoming stronger ourselves. And then we need to follow the guide. That part not so sure. That part not so sure. Hephaestus is this one. No, that's the Syndicate. And did the Hephaestus go? Behind the storm? No, I don't think so. Where my Hephaestus? No, that should be main one. Didn't define itself somehow. Tartarus, I think I haven't been to. Infested somewhat, but not so sure. And the more wrecks we have. Lecton, they're kind of more or less the same there. From the same mythologies and stuff. Which one is this even still? Bene Gesserit continues, I guess. Investigate the syndicate. Yeah, okay, I see. That's hers then. Does seem like one like this. That does seem like it. The ship fallen. This one unclear. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Now reach the wreck. Fallen from the sky. Do we need to find... Follow the stuff falling actually, but don't think so really. Don't think so, huh? Should be the actual wreck at the top. Maybe something big and not the small players, huh? Nice. Just as I saw the temperature is not going there. Come on, reconnect. Don't actually see the frame drops, so I guess the failover kicked in real good. And probably Wi-Fi died, yeah. Connection should be fine. And it's just Wi-Fi being PPG again. Come on. Wasn't the best location too. Faster. Come on. For some reason I remember the Hephaestus was mentioned somewhere there. Maybe there's some location where I've been already or something else. But I don't remember. Need to check. Already reconnecting. They're not reconnecting. That connection should be already back though. No, it's not. Okay, I see. Stupid motherfucker. No service. Just this shitty Wi-Fi, man. Can you reconnect, please? This router is something, dude. And this router is something. Can be something sometimes. Yeah, Wi-Fi is dog, eh? I just like dies every once in a while. Not sure why. Maybe because Ethernet is fine, just Wi-Fi dies. Only Wi-Fi specifically. Yeah, my gaming PC is connected to it because we don't have any more Ethernet ports for free on that router. No, this good thing they got some disconnect protection sorted for you. Just long here though. This. Some mega long here. Then I just restart the game, baby. Maybe one of the landmark things actually there. Some big stuff. So everything could be on cable, yeah. Yeah, we could. I just need another cable and stuff too. I just need a little bit of everything to fix it. We have another router actually. I'm just like laying around them. So I could set it up. Maybe I will already when I return. I didn't want to bother with that for now. Usually it's not that big of a deal. But lately I do be playing and a bunch of multiplayer stuff, and it gets a bit annoying sometimes. Well, the best would be actually to get my speedified connection to both PCs, and that would be the best option. So there is failover that works for both devices. That would be good. But that is a little more tricky, we'll see. And that one is a little more tricky. Maybe just a different icon there or something. Seems kind of weird though, that would be the case. Doesn't seem like landmarks at least. Doesn't seem like landmarks. Should be like the actual ones. Where was it? Doggy flight again happens sometimes too. No, at least. Somewhere here. Hey boss face, hello. How we doing? Doesn't seem like wreck, but something correct though. Okay, boss face has life. Do we have some of the lore about this one? Not really mentioned that. Boss face with the streak. Thank you, sir. Thank you, man. Thank you, sir. Yeah, let's go, man. Don't mention here, really. I did some walking cylinder, I see. No, this one doesn't really mention it. Not here, at least. No, that's only miss the real stuff still. The Shaitan's-grotto, Monica is. Still not done with walking sim. Can't deal with this that fast. Can't deal with that fast. Thinking boss face doing good. I'm doing pretty good. We chillin'. Did a bit of questing. About to switch for some gaming news in a bit. We did. It's also technically some sort of wreck. Doesn't seem like the one we need though. Just the nobody. As I did go way too high in this one. Doesn't seem like it. And the Ixion shoot. Should be a bit of a different one. Like the usual ones feels like. For that we need to go to the deep desert also. Some wreck you can only search when you progress the story, so you need to kind of rediscover that stuff. Only kind of way to think. This rank already did it or something, quest, right? Is it phone? That shouldn't be that. That stuff for now, I guess. Actually, that one I didn't. Bunch of bases here. Saucy here. Just a bunch of rocks, I guess. It's all the stuff we already know. I just kind of feel like there's more. More wrecks that you can see on the map, but yeah, I don't think so. Come on, dude. Pigga. I guess I just like landed, then the cutscene, and then another quest. And I didn't even get to actually store shit. And then see maybe something appeared on the world map. Maybe something in deep desert. Because it ain't here. Doesn't seem like it. Unless the name is different. Kinda makes sense to give you some other areas already. That lead you to some other places. Some fuel also. I forgot. See some solarium. Oh, I do have some fuel, I guess. At least some of it. Cut off some. Yeah, this. No, fine. Get the bot maybe. If we have something. there it is. Shouldn't have the... not that much in arc at the moment. Get Arkin for now. We'll do the Merc quest then. Over here. I'm gonna go Arkin then. Track it from mob screen. I see. That's gonna go Arkin. Finish that quest. Deal with Mercs, and then we'll need to go to Harko anyway, so can do both. I'll min-max it a little. They're like the world map areas like that. That's really a really nice concept that is very simple to scale. Instead of getting... says nowhere you're supposed to search it on world map of Nahaga base. I mean, kind of obvious, I guess. Like if it's not on your map, it probably kind of bad for those who didn't have everything surveyed yet. But I mean, it's still kind of nice to survey everything, so not too bad. So in the end, gets kind of obvious where it is then. Kinda. But yeah, another option could be that it's on the deep desert, but then you still leave, and then you can see it, I guess, so... not too bad. It's good for scalability, and this like world map thingy. It's like so easy to actually scale the game by adding more areas on that map instead of extending map itself, for example. That's kinda smart.
I can already tell we are going to be fast friends, unless we already are, in which case it's so good to see you. How long has it been? Well, far be it from me to look a mysterious wine-bearer in the mouth, but perhaps you ought to tell me who your patron is before I accept. That does sound romantic. When do I get to meet her? Or him? Caledonian wine, a rare experience. By Jove, I like you. I'm going to a party later, and sharing this will make me the belle of the ball. Do you drink while on duty? Don't answer. Let me tempt you not. I'll shield you from this devil's ambrosia. Just a selfless soul, drinking for two.
And the square mob just like Starfield, yeah. And you can slap a lot of them, because it's the world map, like in all the Fallouts and stuff.
I'm afraid something of this vintage simply must be shared. It's just my indelibly magnanimous nature.
Gonna share it with others then. Monka is...
Dear Diary, I met the most peculiar stranger today. I'm left wineless, disappointed, and confused.
Do fear her what? So you can have a bunch of different square mobs if you want. And yeah, it's really easy to scale it that way. I think that's kind of a good way to do it. And a smart way to do it. And just like slap another entry point in the world map, and boom, the whole massive map potential inside. Easy life. Don't need to add like more, you know, patchwork to into the one open map.
I expected you. Sorry. Occupational hazard. Ah, I hadn't expected her to move so fast. Know that you did the right thing and showed excellent judgment. Andrea turned herself in, claimed complete responsibility for everything. Loyalty still means something to her, and a willingness to face consequences. Her actions took me aback. Ambrose, you see, was my double agent, feeding misinformation to the Harkonnen. There will be a disciplinary action. Then I will place her on other cases far from Skorda. She faced her misconduct with honor. Our work isn't done. Now you work for me directly. You have Andrea to thank for that. She made the case to keep you on. She made it very well. A process cannot be understood by stopping it. Understanding must move with the flow of the process, must join it and flow with it. I can only teach you what comes next by throwing you into the flow directly. Perhaps, in the process, we can save my Duke and his house. Understanding the origin of the tainted spice is vital. Taking in all of the data, I detect Imperial influence, though I do not know from whom. We must trace the links in the chain back to Skorda. It is from him we will get clearer answers. The man recently appeared in Arakeen. I've calculated his most likely contact, a naive Atreides trooper named Rafe Arslau. He's stationed in Arakeen. Find him. Find out what he knows. We know he's had past dealings with Skorda. Further details are in the contract.
Sure. Bunch of run here though. Sorry. Alright, so let's go in and get on the news. About time. The boss.
Hey, you again. You are you? Well, who's asking? Yeah, I heard he got jumped by mercenaries when he tried to go off-world. Happy to help. Skorda's a hero of mine. I owe everything I am today to him. I was just a street dog on Caladan. I messed up. I was on my way to a prison planet. But Skorda, see, he was in the constabulary. He saw something in me. Skorda covered it up for me. Got me set up as a recruit in the Atreides House Forces. And here I am now. Right. Last I saw, Skorda was talking to one of them weirdo cult recruiters in town. I gotta see one of them.
The cult recruiters. Ideal so far. You have no like travel powers. Taking away your like speed gear and everything. And then you need to run all over the place. You know, you're gonna send us to go to those cult recruiters probably.
I expected you. Sorry. Well done. The cult in question is the Masquerade. Strange cult. Even stranger rituals. But why would Skorda be talking to them? Speak with one of their cult recruiters. See how far you can get by playing an eager new recruit.
Already killed their leader even.
Their practices may seem strange and even nonsensical, but don't fall into the trap of underestimating them. It's a bad habit.
Go into one. All the way there. Just as I said. Blocked passage, I guess. That I couldn't use before. Actually, no, this one I think we had before.
Shai-Hulud blesses me with your presence again. And the coils of providence bring you to us. I am a Naib of the Masquerade. I am a teacher. I am a recruiter. We follow the holy tremis of Shai-Hulud as interpreted by our Sayadina Nala. We honor the tyrant worm by spilling our water. I understand your confusion. To the blind, sight must seem like insanity. But this is blindness that can be cured. In the meantime, can I be of help? Oh yes, a promising convert. Come to our learning center in the Udum. You will find your friend, and perhaps enlightenment.
Blaz. I'll report back again, dude. Did you just go there already? A lot of very slow running. At least if you would have the speed again, that would be faster.
I expected you. So, an impressive performance and a tidy report. I appreciate that. So many field agents are sloppy with their documentation. I'm afraid there is no time to build a proper cover. Besides, I already have a hidden agent among the Masquerade. You'll do what you do best. Attack swiftly and directly, and obtain what information you can. It seems we're not the only ones after Skorda. I received word that he tried to get off-world before talking to Oslo, but was attacked by 2 mercenaries. He made a daring escape. Perhaps Harkonnen, perhaps someone else. Skorda may have joined the cult for strange purposes, but I wager he wanted protection from his attackers. Go to the Learning Center. Find Skorda or information leading to him. Take all due precaution. These are fanatics.
Sure, easy life. Probably even been around there somewhere. Level ups. forward. Actually, let me see. No, this one actually with advanced repair stuff. Additional contracts will become available. Let's see. Let's go back to the base and get the music going. About time. Tracking location, but not moving towards that. What is this? Where'd you drop me here? Let's see if I can see important though. Get a little closer. No Rex, no spice. Guden. Done. Carry weight iron because of the fuel. A little heavy, a little heavy. Our learning center. Where is it? Should have been here. Probably killed the guy even somehow. Didn't I craft some stuff? Wanted to get the cutter, I think. Didn't I? And I didn't. Get this one. I have to go full epic mode in the gear. Grind paying off, yeah. Need even better stuff though. No epic healing. Fun man. I guess the gloves also. I mean, well, I could craft some, but wouldn't be the most optimal stuff. Wouldn't be the best. Alright, let's get the news going then. The gaming news. Whoop. There's some more to do maybe like next week. A lot of things to play, so we'll see, We will see. Get the drops too. Feels good, man. Feels good, man. Alright, let's go. It's time. The weekly recap. Alright. I'm done. Go for the musicas. The usual musicas for this. Offline, check your connection. Why you lying? Musicas. Let's go on. YouTube. What is wrong with you? Let's go full PPA log. There we go. Finally. Alright, 1 second. Go to the bathroom and let's start. One moment, be right back. go. I want to do low. We do mine. Still rising on 85% actually. Did the same without the playing part. Damn son. You did actually play that son. Still rising. Oh yeah, I guess Greedfall is not doing that well. Greedfall 2 is not doing that well. Still some time until release, unless in all this, you know, current stuff, they're just gonna lose all the funding and go down. That would be sad. That would be very sad. I mean, it does seem kind of like Spiders survived with their studio and their games quite a lot of years there, so I think they should be capable, but you never know. You never know. Alright, let's get to see what is up. What's up with the releases? The new and upcoming. Mega discounts. The Cryfall 90% off. Remember like checking that one out like long ass time ago. Very long. The airport X-ray simulator even. Insane. Time to simulate everything. Assassin's Creed Shadows and 25%. It's time to go in. Yeah, Last Report has a horror one in it, yeah. Looks like it. Not even on the push list. Not even bought by him. Didn't get the seal of approval then as a horror game. Failed as a horror game. Good before because kind of like looks a little ding though. Night Shift Park Ranger. Monitor camera footage and noticing strange events. Terrifying secret of National Park. They move in the window, but don't worry, it's probably just another deer, right? Monka is. Some quality reviews there too. Nice, nice. Similar to Dread game. Not sure about that. I played 21 hours of Dread game. That felt like it was way more. Yeah, new wall DLC. Dude, imagine like having DLCs that farm like overwhelmingly positive reviews. In such crazy amounts too. Just DLCs alone. Insane. And one of the main peeps making that has a really nice game design book. Very dink. See what do I see? On the Odyssey, so with this one you actually kind of fly into some other places there. But land anywhere you want. Hunt for treasure, harvest food and fuel, bring back souvenirs like exotic burgers. A long forgotten grab attack or a gold-plated charge rifle. Start with small ship and then increase the size, I see. A rare grab quest to expand your grab ship and travel further. Add new biomes and landmarks. Landmark system. Survive beyond the atmosphere. Terrifying untouched wildlife. Over 40 new animals. That's like some massive DLC in there, dude. A massive DLC in. Now that's what I call some quality stuff. But $12. And there goes like Tropico with like 2 new buildings and 1 new edict. Amazing. Block Factory. Show me this one. Shooter publishing actually, huh? I mean, it's the insane, legally distinct Lego time. Let's see. And the one and only. I'm mostly positive, so it's not completely super stellar there. Once you start maxing out factories, game turns into slideshow. I see. The log becomes brutal. I requested refund based on performance. Oof. You want to build a full factory, get all of the stars for each thing, and making hundreds of things a minute, the game will go to 1 FPS. I see. So not performance probably would be completely perfect. Stands lagging and then crashes even. Oof. Oof. It's not even early access. That's very unfortunate. Damn, the 20 cork for $50. Mixed reviews. I wonder why. Actually kinda close to mostly positive though. 69. And no game for old fans. Map pack for the first 2 games. Did this with seatbelts on, jokes missing and missing vibe. They will find mixed reviews and gotta check. Could be bugs. I mean, I didn't get encounter 1. Sort of like, you know, erasing like an hour of progress for me. Just refodden. Great feeling if your favorite game was THPS 30. Really enjoyed 4 for the open-ended career mode. They killed it and stuffed all of the THPS 4 maps into the 2-minute formula. I see. And Ruin Pro Skater 4. It's a lot of people who came enjoying 4 and didn't enjoy this one. Then I see. And we'll check what's up with that one. Oh, well, I remember. While I remember. Quite. Game mechanics are deeply flawed. Small sprint to avoid damage and grenades. Cool addition in sound. Scramble plus Overwatch. Can't scramble if you Overwatch. It makes sense. Scramble Overwatch plus grenades. Can't Overwatch always scramble for bullets when the enemy has grenades because a single grenade always kills you. Yep. Can't waste the scramble and every single turn 4-6 enemies spawn with 1-2 grenadiers guaranteed. This seems a bit overwhelming. Scramble Overwatch grenades waves cheese and the real problem if you get down, you get back up from any source of healing. You just cheese the game to survive at the hordes of enemies by rotating the skills and choosing the full body heals for the upgrades. Here the fun goes away. How the game stacks these kind of odds, I guess. Wait, any source of heal. Oh, I see what they did there. Right. So basically, when you get the perks that you can give some sort of healing to the ability to actually like resurrects everyone. I see. I see. Not being overwhelmed is guaranteed. Bricked my PC. You replay the same day and the same mission over and over and over. No matter progress. I mean, that kinda is, I guess. Current Lex, you might get good weapon parts, might not. Have fun with doing those 3 back-to-back missions with 40 rifters each. If you die at any point all over again, and 25 HP back if you punch someone. The one basic bullet does 20. And rifters get to do full turns the moment they spawn in. Once that you were on a Overwatch, now you got grenaded. Dead instantly. You found the secret that gives you medkits. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, like, it's early access still, right? So, like, there's gonna be more things to do, not just redoing things, but, I mean, I could see that. Of course, out alone, I mean, just getting started, just getting started. Very early access has potential. I restart several previous missions with very little variation each time. Changing up a few enemies and the loot drops really doesn't keep me engaged. True. Player weapons far from exciting and barely useful, especially when the enemy gets shields. Lose anything you upgraded and have to scour the same parts of the city to get a scrap to re-upgrade. Often doing the same puzzles over and over. Scramble Overwatch features are cool, you have to trade off. Overwatch often means you're dead. Well, I mean, if you get upgrades, I think you can do both, though. Actually, no, not with Overwatch and Scramble. It goes, like, you can do both, like, special ability and then, like, still Scramble and stuff. For example, like, 2 reactions you can do. And get sold quickly to repetitive design. Yeah, just kind of wonder if they just because of the early access they decided to make some sort of like, you know, like this repeating thing, just so you can like treat it as a roguelike in a way, I guess, and keep playing, and then maybe down the line when you know they add more of the story stuff, more of areas to explore, then they just kind of change that thing, so it's not like redoing all the time. I wonder. Many re-attempts to beat the hotel battle in Act 2 because of scramble RNG with grenades. Grenades always an instant kill and you can't always move away from them. Crashed at the end of the fight. I lost it and deleted the game from my library because I was outside the return window. I never wanted back to that hotel. Well, I mean, yeah, that's exactly what happened to me, sorta. I did finish the fight though. I did win it, but I just couldn't leave the area and just constantly had like the combat, you know, shield around, so I couldn't leave. And I couldn't do anything about it. And bugs balance quality of life and sequencing changes that need to happen. From the bugs, micro starters that I didn't really encounter. Finished hotel mission in Act 1, went to the stash, encountered enemies on the way. Decided to stop for the night. I lost autosave with 26 seconds ago. Because they started the game and had to redo the whole hotel mission. Still got all the loot from finishing the mission the previous time. What? Finished hotel mission again, went to the encounter on the way to the stash with 2 instead of 1 key. Defeated the other base, left the combat zone to backtrack and check a different area. Go back and enemies again respawn, I see, alright. Had to do both these encounters twice because of bugs, That's pretty much what I had, so only once happened to me though. It's really fun. Difficulty is kinda alright, I guess. Sometimes tricky, but I think alright. So I guess we'll see. After some developing, how will that go? But yeah, I don't remember if like you upgrade with talent that you have like 2 react things, because then technically you can do Overwatch and Scramble at the same time. So that will be kind of fine then. But yeah, like you put someone on the Overwatch, and they do their Overwatch, like, you know, kill someone or something, or they shoot at least someone. And then next enemy just throws the grenade and you can't do anything about it. And grenades hit no matter what, like your grenades and their grenades. Except when you throw a grenade, then they always scramble. So sometimes you don't hit them. But when they throw the grenade, then you need to hope that you still have it. Then you can run from grenade. Which is also sometimes kind of tricky though. But yeah, I mean, still was kind of nice though. Still fun. I did like it. But all this like redoing thing, yeah, I would rather just have like the saves and stuff. The usual. So you don't need to redo all the fights every time you like fuck up or something. I'd rather not. Just do it for some new fights, for the new story, for linear progression. And not just like regrinding the same shit again and again. To be honest. Yeah, this one I've already seen before too, I think, right? 11th of July. I guess it's already an upcoming. First-person Chinese horror game. Murder building. Uncover the truth of the murder. Find the missing people. And this one got the other seal of approval, I guess. At least the wishlist one. Not the purchase one yet. But upon replay. This one's good reviews there. Nice. The remaster are actually good. Solitaire Mystery. Collection of mysterious solitaires. From fairly standard card games to funky implementations of other games in solitaire form. Didn't say dang Carden. Some quality reviews there too. And the reasonable pricing. The mecha breaks mixed again. And the Bubba is you, Dev? Ah, I see, nice. Going full puzzle mode all over the place there. Mixing the demo, mixing release. Who would have thought? People molding about there. Dumb people get carried versus bots, don't know how to play even on a Grandmaster. Stay away from PvP until they remove bots. There, son. They're always in my team, never an enemy team, eh? Unblock desktop Linux through their anti-cheat. Game would work fine in Proton otherwise. At least Steam Deck players are whitelisted. Can't recommend this until they fix it. I have a feeling it's a skill issue there, probably. The pure Coomer bait and the mecha break with mechas. This people solving the skill issues there, I guess. Both games everywhere. In all modes, including ranked, 3v3 ranked, etc., you're guaranteed to fight a full team of bots directly following a single loss. At Platinum and below, you are very often forced to fight bots multiple games in a row following a loss. The devs try to hide this by giving the bots full fake profiles, including stats and game histories. Thankfully, the player base has found that these bots don't show up when you manually search their names using the unfriend feature, whereas real players always do. It's a complete waste of time being forced to play a constant stream of fake matches in between real games. Interesting, alright. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? Have you employed them? No, I see what I say. That's how they did it. That's how they did it. And the absolute disaster the game's progression would turn out to be. Promoting the hygiene, yeah, that's not a bad thing, true. To engage with the extraction shooter game mode. Damn son, got all the modes on board there. Insane. Alright, these we already seen last week's, I think. The RimWorld pumping hard, holy. And the DLCs and top sellers, and with all of them really positive reviews. And by description, actually kind of good DLC too. Now that's a twist. Now that's a twist. Still even Elden Ring around there. Insane. Yeah, what's an upcoming then? More cats again. Cats every week, dude. They just never stop. Hunters Inc. Oh yeah, it's the Monster Hunter with orcs. I remember. The Smork Hunter. With mega cool over there, insane. Well, I mean, a better optimization than Monster Hunter. Pretty much the same graphics if you play on the decent settings. Smork rusted 1 hunt elements. Yeah, looks like it. It looks like it. Not sure about the rust really. Maybe it's kind of like you collect things, you know, to make, you know, potions and tools for hunting, something like it. That's some dang shit. Early access though. The full monster hunting. Oh yeah, I remember announcement. The announcement I remember. And the roadmap, I see. Yeah, it doesn't really have the base building, it looks like. Hey Silk, can't tell the difference in the graphics with World and Wild, yeah. To be honest, yeah. Well, I mean, if you go wilds, I guess, on some like NASA PC with all the settings on, mocks and stuff, maybe it will look a little better. Maybe. But yeah, that literally, I think, only possible probably on NASA PC there. And even then, not so sure. Even then, not so sure. I don't really like the Wild's color scheme from the beta. Well, I mean, the desert area is only one, though. You can actually get to the different biomes, and that will be better. It does have a little kind of this, like, bleak colors filter sort. I guess same as Dragon's Dogma in a way. Kinda. A Moatmancer. The super building there. Automated across 6 elemental planes, each with unique logistical tools. Fuse ingredients, craft alchemical structures, uncover elegant solutions through experimentation, cultivating a garden of possibility one discovery at a time. It's like the fantasy, a magic factorio there. I see what I see. Yeah, there's different seasons and stuff too. Actually good demo, alright. Early access. A blacksmith ignite the forge. What is this? Mix of a simulator, strategy and auto battler. Become a master smith, craft various weapons, enhance them with magical runes, and equip a team of adventurers with your handmade tools, send them on missions. Gather loot to upgrade your forge and save the land. Insane. And then it's all about then. So here's a demo. It can be kinda alright. Something like with the style and stuff doesn't really sit well with me though, I'm not gonna lie. Something with the looks. Narashi Gaiden. Turn-based action game, frenetic dash and slash combat. I see what I see. Mode Panzer? I see. Get fed up with Korpai. Well, that seems like kinda quite common nowadays, huh? Use blades, shurikens, teleports, and chains to quickly cut through enemies and face powerful bosses' unique mechanics. I'll redefine what a turn-based game is. Wild Dream Studio, that sounds familiar. Yep. Sure is. Yeah, the Frog and Undergrave. And Red Ronin. Yeah, like a lot of these, like at the studio, I don't know, it might be one person even. They just kind of like do kind of the same type of stuff with every game. They're all decent though. They're all still decent. But it's like the same style, and like looking at that, I was like, Now, Wild Dreams, is that the one? But they got some collab going now with someone, alright. It's kind of just like positioning based and everything. It was kind of nice though. Somewhat puzzly games. Ah, sorry. So might be actually good. Might be actually good. Astra Prospector. Incremental bullet hell about mining coffeeroids, in the fight in Space Corp. Collect resources, upgrade your ship, become unstoppable. Return Astra Coffee to humanity. Then the coffee. Thank you guys, thank you. Like a bunch of sneezing today. Okay, like the window open today this time. There's some works again going outside. And maybe the dust. A playtest and demo there, and a prologue even. Dawn apart. Yeah, so this one. So this one. Could even, but we'll see. At the time, it's also more automation stuff. This one has like some other layers on top of automation, so could actually be kinda already, I guess. Maybe. There's like mixed a bunch of stuff there. It's like some quality management, some tower defense, and some tactics, and some automation also. We got a little bit of everything in. And the whole mega mix there. But it looks kind of nice, so... It might be kind of nice. War Space 2. The 4-player co-op space shooter with RPG elements. Open the world and procedurally generated galaxy. Trading craft, fight your way through a universe, solo or with friends. Trade craft and fight. Mega co-open. So it could be kinda interesting. Could be kinda interesting. Wordplay. There's another word daughter like. Spell words, pick perks, score points, survive until the end. Yep, that does seem kinda like it. Oh, Game Maker's Toolkit. Ah, that's the one. I'll see. Yeah, there's a... Isn't there already word daughter for that now? And that released recently also. I wonder. Word daughter managed to release faster then. Super local world. Cozy train automation. Specifically cozy. And build and automate intricate railroads effortlessly and deliver goods to meet the demand of a dynamic world. Deliver user signals and signposts, avoid traffic jams. Show villages blossom into Boston towns in this cozy take on the train tycoon genre. And some puzzly stuff still too. Gotta get them lights. Might be cool too though. Could be kinda cool. Any hidden gems there. The Blue Archive again. Gibbon really wants more people to weeb it out. See how it is. Similar to Tactical Breach Wizards. Not sure about that one. I'm not sure about that one. Rise and Zero Dawn Remastered. Yeah, that's a skip, bro. When it's gonna be like $5 maybe. Wild Assault from 11th of April. Damn, the agenda, dude, and the agenda. Going ham there. Tactical shooter. Unreal Engine 5. A large-scale battlefield gameplay. Closely with the team harness instincts, charge into battle, secure victory. I went full fury mode in this one. The entire sheets and stuff. Super multiplayer shit, I guess then. Online PvP, online co-op, MMO, and in-app purchases. Insane. The Mega Fury Fiesta there. Fun just needs more players. Yes, people complaining about that stuff there. Cheaters also. Unreal Engine junk issues, eh? Let's see how it is, huh? Yeah, still decent amount of people on board, looks like, so... And looking at reviews, I guess after some time they all kinda gone. They all kinda gone. Primordial as we saw before. Actually farming pretty good, eh? And the roguelike fish builder. But also the strategy where you play as like the cells and everything. Was it just Primordia actually or something? Also was it? Pretty dink. Car Shop Simulator multiplayer. The original, I guess, was just single player. Now they got multiplayer. Wait, was it actually from them? Doesn't seem like it. Actually, another one was, I think, like the TCG shop or something, right? It was called. And they literally get lost in all these like simulators because like everyone makes their own simulators, in some crazy amount still. The cell stage from Sport by Giga, yeah. And looks like. Chinese frontiers, build the Great Wall and the village to glory. Insane. Building and management simulator. Manage NPCs, construct monumental structures. Simulations of everything, dude. Not even early access, though. Way too buggy. Can get past the first loading screen before get fatal error. I see. Update the necessary. Alright. Not buy play yet. Simulations got too far. Not even early access, but it looks like the quality is early access though, I guess. Scoot X. 100% physics driven scooter simulation. And the wheels the rider's head, and everything's powered by physics. Session tricks, grinds, community made parks. Insane. The early access controller required. Who needs the Tony Hawk, dude? Remasters and stuff, and you have this. Fully simulated. A little raw. Cash grab, that's insane. The bash box scooter with more tricks in its bed. The dank cash grabs. The bash box. And this is like some Mesh game studio. So just them making it anyway. No, I guess it's different stuff. It is actually Matchbox though. Yeah, so maybe they do be farming then. You know, this one actually like not about the scooters, about everything. The BMX streets. Oh, so these guys just kind of like pumping a lot of the similar games with different vehicles you can use. And just do some tricks. I mean, know what they're doing then. Night Adventure. Eternal darkness of the dungeons drag the brave knight and gold their armor into endless maze of dangers. So what's the next about this one, eh? The whole $3 there. Stick on low then. Some dungeon rooms that way. Turn-based roguelike from above. Each level is a new dungeon, requires careful calculation of moves. Move to the cells, collect treasures, find monsters, defuse traps, but you need to make it before you reach the limit of steps. Ah, I see. Limited number of moves per level, plan each move. A variety of monsters and traps, randomly generated dungeons for endless replayability, system for upgrading armor and weapons between attempts. Step into multiple traps in a row and die, I see. Got some bugs there too, though. Some dank shit then. Well, we'll see. Seems like a dank concept at least. Escape from Timocha too. Damn son. Pay a debt to the Pi Federation and run away. Quality gaming there, nah? For some quality gaming. And the meme deving gone too far. Wish them luck developing the 5th part. Damn son. And this is already the 5th one even. Beam's gone too far. Scenic, I see, and I'm finishing the walking sim already. Insane. Actual pseudo-buy. Well, I mean, it does seem like it's actually something you watch. Something you rather watch, probably. A railway building adventure, an endless procedurally generated world. Then getting the endless train. Lay tracks, transport passengers and goods, complete tasks, unlock unique locomotives. Solo or with friends and create your ultimate railway network. Can go full endless mode. So is it like mega endless actually? With first person action that I see. A lot of of railroad enjoyers, looks like. A lot of railroad enjoyers, huh? Quite niche. The Parkour Pro. From mixed to mostly positive, huh? 31st of March. Till the updates actually go in. Online co-op. Delayed input system. That doesn't sound that good, huh? Still broken, buggy, not fun to play. Damn, son. I recommend, but not in current state. Classic. And no displays, chapter 2. Given short film chapters. It influences the plot of the chapters and can leave the real and life items in the chapters. Game plus short films plus visual novel. Ultra deep meaning and nostalgic references. Vibe mysticism. Vibe mysticism. Point glava, team glava too. Nice. See how it is, huh? And where it's made, eh? Some convention award there. Insane. Continuation, a very strange story. The first one even like that, pogging that much. I mean, somewhat, I guess. Somewhat. In April 2023. Chapter 2 took some time. If they're making movies and stuff after that on the decisions of players, I guess, yeah, that will take some time to get. The interesting but game is very short. Yeah, very short also, half an hour and stuff. Well, I mean for $1 also, I guess. Don't know how they like calculate just like the general consensus of the audience playing, which you know, which choices they did to make a movie based on that. I wonder how that works. Ooh, feels good. Get like some good sleep still. Feeling kind of sleepy. I think weather changing. Well, seems like it's gonna be though. It's bright as shit. Tuesday gonna be shit weather though. That kinda sucks. I'm kinda leaving on Wednesday, so whatever, I guess. But I want to go to the store and buy some things to take for souvenirs and all that. Alright, nice. Well, let's get to other news now though. See what is up. The whole list for today already cleared. Then time to play some video games then. Time to use some free time. A too big brain isn't good. Why not? Why not? Why not? Delta Force is pumping again. The new update's going ham, I guess. New updates going ham. It looks like both Dune and Night Rain already this week are off. Both already out of it. See what I say. Cynic I say. Happens. So you prefer work hard, not smart then in the end, eh? Sultan, I'll see how it is, eh? Put more hours in, eh? And not the quality hours, eh? Karnataka with 100,000 people playing, like holy shit. And it's still keeping that momentum going. Going ham with it, going ham with it. Yeah, the Mika Punk is also out now. 10th of July. If you have the boss, that's exactly the correct way. I mean, true. I mean, if you get paid by hour, then yeah, you're not really exactly motivated to deal with things fast. You know, they're just gonna load even more work at you. So I'm gonna do some padding. You know, I'm gonna do some stolen. What else is there? What else is there? Tony Hawk is not even like pumping that hard there. I was Ground of Aces actually, let me see. How'd that one go in? It's like the airdrome simulator from World War II. That was that in the end. Good reviews, very positive, huh? This one doing well then. In early access. Sounds good, huh? That sounds nice. Didn't get to play the demo. Didn't find time for it during next fest. And now full release looks alright. Then you have like the fucking farms there on the airdrome. Guess it's like the full base even. The airfield and air base. And the air base is so dank, you even have your own farm there and everything. That's quite the base there. A very based base. Yeah, RimWorld with new DLCs also, like even in the insane player peaks and stuff there. Holy shit. And that's for whenever like someone is like, you know, like strategies and like, you know, games like that. Firehead games are too niche. No one plays that shit. Yep. There it is, dude, huh? And more players than your FIFA there and shit. Insane, just because DLC's out. And looking at the DLC, that seems solid, huh? Game that actually has fucking decent DLCs and reasonably priced. And no surprise they farming good reviews even on DLCs then. Alright, let's go. Romero Games have completely closed doors, but there is still hope for the Doom creators' new FPS. Shooter has already had significant interest as CTO. Well, there is an update though. Romero Games put out a new statement. In short, studios say they haven't closed doors, contradicting statements made by an anonymous employee that spoke to the journal. They confirmed that the funding for the game was pulled, although they are currently evaluating opportunities from several publishers to bring the FPS across the finish line. Can't even trust the employees in the end there. Closure affected 100 workers. Oh yeah, the closure already saw last week basically, but yeah, apparently it wasn't exactly the closure yet. Still working, just pretty much laid everyone off, I guess, until the funding is back. True ship, true. Actually, I had like some drama right now, I think. Like my friend linked me some stuff. I don't follow like the local gaming journalism, but yeah, there is like some popular one. They just got like tipped something about another game, like very damaging without any proofs or something, so they posted it and they pretty massive, and that was just a bait, so they instantly got called out that it was all kind of bullshit and stuff. And out of that, they just, you know, like went live streaming and pretty much just kind of like, well, removed the article, of course. Went streaming, crying that, you know, they got baited and stuff and tricked into it, gathered themselves, you know, like 1 billion in local currency. And pretty much, I guess, ended up, you know, getting out of it with no damage, sorta. If anything, some people even kind of still supported and liked them because of like where they stand on the political side of things, and the accusing a party and where they stand. Fucking clown fiesta, dude. Fucking clown fiesta. Just post whatever they've been told by someone with no proofs, even if it's damaging for the company they're posting about, and then you get out of it even like with more money and stuff in the end, with no actual repercussions. A Game Pass will either kill everyone else or give up, says Dishonored and Prey dev Arcane founder. AI is a bullshit excuse for recent layoffs, says Rafael Calantonio. What is this? Some insane emotes there. What the fuck is that? What is that? 70 will decide to load for me. It will decide to load for me. It's actually taking its sweet time for some reason. And the clown rule. CSC. I feel like I can't even see it that much in the small version though. The small version doesn't seem that noticeable. And just something very, very colorful there spinning, sorta. Punish the servers until they submit the data. This one could be, I guess. This one could be. I don't know how good it will be in small version, but I mean, sure. We have them slots there anyway, so might as well. Sure. Sure can. Yeah, this we kind of like already touched a little bit at the end of the last Sunday, I think, because it already was sorted there. On some sources at least. Yeah, Microsoft subscription service is an unsustainable model that has been increasingly damaging the industry for a decade. Subsidized by Microsoft's infinite money, don't think GP can coexist with the other models. They'll either kill everyone else or give up. Suggested Microsoft's stated goal of cutting costs to invest heavily in AI was a bullshit excuse for the layoffs. Nah, I kinda don't think it is. Well, if anything, I think it's just kinda... what's the name? Kinda like, you know, multi-layers there. Multiple layers on this one. I think it's a little bit of everything that was involved there. And Game Pass itself, I don't think so, though. I don't think so. Considering they also kind of reporting that Game Pass is doing good. I am not so sure. I am not so sure if that would be the reason then. HR, community management, quality probably. Quality control as usual, you know. As usual. That's one of the main usually parts that gets laid off there. funds sunk into Game Pass still significant. Deal is too good, there is a reason. Still not profitable after 8 years. They're still in customer acquisition phase, hoping one day the subscription revenue will be more into the investments. 100 billions in acquisitions plus licensing plus dev cost. And do the math, I have 35 million subscribers, including the $1. I mean, $1 already kind of like not really that realistic. The dogs are low. How are we doing? They get laid off after projects anyway, yeah. Xbox don't report in the financials of Game Pass in detail, though they have shared Xbox content and services grew 8% year over year, which was in part due to growth in Xbox Game Pass. PC Game Pass revenue increased 45% year over year. It might happen once Microsoft has won, the games will start to suck and your sub will go up. Why? Because the current amazing deal you have is subsidized by Microsoft bleeding money into it with the hope they'll kill the competition. I mean, true, but they're not gonna kill it completely though. That's the thing, and that's why I think also like it's not exactly like there's like 100 billion in acquisitions and like getting like, you know, the Call of Duty for example. They still made the shitload of it back anyway. And Call of Duty even while on Game Pass, Call of Duty still fucking sells. So like I don't think they exactly, you know, lost too much on those investments. Well, I mean they did of course, right? But I don't think it's like just like exclusive to Game Pass or something now. I think it's just like the complex issue. Like Game Pass is not helping because yeah, they need to kind of sink a bunch of money in without much of a return. But I think AI and a bunch of other things are also there because like why is like all the other studios on the market are doing the same stuff, same layoffs and everything, and they are not really like affected by Game Pass even. Probably because yeah, that's just the corporate fiesta going in past years, huh? Still the same everywhere. Game Pass or not. Game Pass or not. Somewhat analogous thing called Spotify, and it was created for the music business, so we have to be careful we won't create the same system in the game business. These markets are more fragile than people realize. But yeah, that's exactly the case, but I don't think they will. I don't think they will, actually. I don't think they will create something like that. Though the Spotify did manage to kind of like somewhat monopolize quite heavily the market, I guess. But with games, I think it's not gonna be possible, really. Like one of the things, in my opinion, why like Spotify even became that popular is because it's like pretty much the go-to, the only thing that became pretty big, where you kind of need to put your music to actually reach someone, in my opinion. While for gaming, you have already many, you know, outlets where you can reach and get your games like noticed by people. So I think it's a little different story. See, so okay, see. Shrinking back to reasonable size after all nonsense hired during COVID. Yeah, I think so. Like the money was insane, just like being thrown around. The insane money being thrown around, and then now it's, you know, like yeah, we got like AI that's technically, well, I mean it's also like, mind you, it's the corporate guys, right? Like they kind of like, all right, you guys right now investing like a lot of money, judging by these papers, right? Oh, the lights died. Looking at the papers, you guys investing like billions in AI research. All right, so AI is already being invested, but why we still have all these people then, you know, if we're doing AI? If we're doing that AIs, why do we have the people? So how about you guys start doing layoffs? We don't care that it's not, you know, perfect yet, and it doesn't maybe replace those people, but you invest billions into AI, so we want, you know, some sort of like a return on that already. So how about, you know, you start then firing people? Maybe kinda, maybe part of the thing. If anything, I think it is all multifaceted there. Not that simple. Alright, one moment. It's one of these cases when it gets completely fucking borked, this shit. And I need to restart it. And hope it will actually work. Because not always it does. I don't know why exactly. But yeah, as soon as like the Wi-Fi or something, our connection died, it just goes full PPA after that. Fucking router is not good for all this shit, really. There we go. Fixing it. Now replay all of it. Cue it up. Alright, that should all play. Should all replay. %, almost every company, nothing would change. Yeah, in very large ones for sure, yeah. In very large ones for sure. It's just like, you know, yeah, a lot of people going in, that they all kind of start getting a little more relaxed, right? Because there's more people now. So like all the work gets like diluted by all those people working there, and not everyone is working optimally, I guess, let's put it that way. And when they start firing people who are left, they're kind of like, oh shit, well, shit's serious now. I'm gonna actually need to start working and everything. So technically it does kind of work. Technically it does kind of work. It reduces, you know, the relaxing part. It's like basically how my mom is working. Like she got like assistant, like she was working with some like old workers who basically retired already. And she got like an assistant who was completely useless. It was like working their own thing on the side. And she was pretty much soloing. And what used to be done by like 2 people. So she just decided already, you know, it is time. It is time to also kind of retire. At least for the time being. Until finding maybe something better. Because she worked in the fire guard. So in the fire guard they have like ranks and stuff. It's basically like military ranks. So she pretty much has like, she's already retired. Like, when was it, like 45 I think she got her retirement or something like that. So she basically has, you know, pension already and everything. If she's not working, she get increased pension. So she already can, you know, like chill sort. I mean, the pension obviously back home is dog shit anyway, so you can't really like survive with that. But you know, her husband is working all right, doesn't need to like really support much. Like, no, she doesn't really support much me. Does support a little my brother with paying like the utility bills for my apartment where he lives right now. But yeah, she kind of like can retire pretty much for now until maybe something better will be there. And yeah, that assistant of hers was kind of like, oh man, it's so sad that you're leaving. Maybe I should pay you like the percentage of my side things that I'm doing so you stay. And she's like, well, yeah, too late for that, brother. Now you're gonna be carrying it all solo. I'm out. And yeah, dude was just doing nothing really. But work is being done. So, you know, why bother? Got more things done when the management was on holiday, I see. Huh? People didn't have work assignment for 15 years, joys of government work, I see. Yeah, that actually kind of like when my dad was, like my dad is engineer, right? And he was working in like the scientific kind of institution. That is like sort of like handling the water treatment. And like among institutions there's like such thing, like to keep the status of like national research institution, you need to have some percentage of people with some specific, you know, kind of like title, the scientific one, right? Like PhD, you know, all that kind of stuff. So they literally have some like people already who are also kind of retired and in retirement age and stuff, who just basically just like go in there, just like, you know, sit there, drink tea, yap with each other, and then go home like after half of the day, just because they hold them there to keep this like status basically on, and to get the government funding and stuff to keep working pretty much. And other people who don't have those like titles and stuff, they already the ones doing work pretty much. And all the people who are actually scientists and everything, sort of technically, they just pretty much, yeah, all they do is like drink tea and yup, and that's it, not doing anything else. Just extra bonus money for your retirement, you know. Do nothing would depress you. It happens sometimes. It happens sometimes. It depends. You need like specific mentality to do nothing, really. I've been there. I've been there. And then I remember when my friend also kind of like joined the neat life, and he was just basically calling me like, "Yo, dude, how do you like, you know, survive this shit? I don't know how you manage, man." It's great, but then you get obsolete fast. I mean, those people don't care. They already, you know, they're already on pension. They already retired. Like, if they're gonna like lose those jobs, like those nominal jobs, they don't care. They already probably fine. They already getting their pension money. They already have, you know, most likely their kids old enough, you know, maybe even grandkids. And yeah, they just like, when it happens, they probably just like shrug it off and just go become, you know, proper pension enjoyer. That's it. That's it. If you do nothing as a kind of like a young worker, though, yeah, that's a different story. That's a different story. Now, the people mostly do nothing. Yeah, that's a different story. That is the next level of meditation. You know, like completely doing nothing is a special level. Special level. Really frustrating if you have no work and no way of that. Yeah, like if you go, like if I go somewhere already, I might as well, you know, do something, right? Like if it's at home, sure, you can like, all right, I can do that instead, I can do this instead. It's kind of the same. It's kind of the reason why I'm like always like getting, you know, like the gym and like swimming pool memberships and stuff. Like, yeah, sure, I could get like some dumbbells and do some workout at home, but I'm not gonna probably, because I'm gonna do some other shit instead. I'm not that motivated at home. When I need to kind of hop on the bus, go on the bus for like 30 minutes, and then I'm there, I'm like kind of, well, you know, might as well work out, I guess, since I'm here. And I go in there because I already paid for it, you know, so it kind of feels bad if it goes to waste. Let's see, I say, oh, as long as they were paying, yeah, that does sound nice to work like that in company like that. Doesn't sound nice for the company itself, though. I guess. Netflix subscription people forget about, yeah. Pretty much. Yeah, it's better to have something like that when you work from home. Then you can always kind of like find where to sync time. Because sometimes you kind of think like maybe I should just go to some like also influencer management or like marketing thingy, and just, yeah, like your job is pretty much just like send a bunch of emails through like the must send thingy, and yeah, you probably quite often can just like sit there, do nothing really, especially when it's like the subcontract company, who are like plenty on the market, that are not really interested in success of the game, because, you know, they're a separate company, they just get paid to promote the game, and how they do it doesn't matter already. So a lot of them probably don't even give a shit really, and not really that invested, Even though, to be honest, the in-house ones might be even worse. Like the one I mentioned about, like the one of the big publishers, when I was like requesting the key and they were like, "Oh man, we're so busy right now. You just need to fill this form." I'm like, "You're already answering me anyway. Like, you know, you could also just like say no or send me the key. That's it." So I filled the form and I still didn't get no answer. Later down the line, when they were doing like marketing push again for some like some of the update or some stuff, then they sent the key, they sent everything. I'm like, I already don't need it. I got the key in different platform, dude. I'm good. Did your job well. So I went actually to another platform where things actually work and got the key there. And yeah, they probably just kind of like sit there for the most, like if they suck that much during the release of the big project for the publisher, like what do they do the rest of the year? Like literally probably fucking nothing when there's no releases and stuff. Or the same like was with like some other also big publisher that just kind of like randomly out of nowhere every once in a while they kind of like, oh yo, we have like this project releasing, when I want a key and stuff, and it will be something like they didn't contact me for the main game, then suddenly all out of nowhere like, oh, we have this DLC for the game, so here's the game and the DLC you can try, and then they just disappear. And like for other games they don't appear anymore, and then again randomly can appear. Like if you want to be sure, you need to contact them yourself, and even then it might also go kind of like nowhere. And it was like also like, speaking of like, you know, like the reach for like the indie games and stuff, there was at this point I think already 2 games like that in recent like 3 months, like half a year I guess, let's say, right? I think it was 2 indie games who had like the they didn't even like, you know, like a lot of indie developers complaining like, oh, we're doing outreach for the content creators and like barely anyone answers and stuff. And there's like, I was looking for those games. I got like the forms to fill to request the key myself, right? Not like them contacting me. I myself found the forms, filled the forms, submitted the forms to get the keys, and I never got them. And then I bet like those same people also sit there and molding like, you know, man, those fucking streamers, they don't even answer, you know, our emails when we send keys and stuff. Like, dude, I didn't even send anything. I was looking for you, and it still didn't work. Some are fine like that though, answering. Some might be kind of like taking long, even on Twitter and stuff. Twitter, like finding emails. Like some of those like more obscure dang games that I play sometimes that I like playing. It's just kind of like you need to like go full like, you know, like this fucking stalker mode sort of in a way. You just go like, all right, you have like this like Twitter, on Twitter no info, all right, where we going? All right, you have the website link there. Okay, we go on the website. Is there some contact email or something? Okay, there is one. All right, fine. Then we can actually like try to send an email on that one, which like in many cases also like not active, huh? Or they have some like contact form also on the website that you fill, and like I think on one of the publishers I filled that form and I never got the answer like ever. I haven't seen anything about it. Oh no, it was better. Like I was filling their contact form on their website. That's like specific application for like content creator like program, you know. I filled that stuff and it throws an error. Like HTML or PHP error, I don't remember exactly. Like the website, I don't remember front end, back end there, but basically just the form ends up in the error, no matter which browser or where you fill it. I'm like, all right, nice. Well, what should I do? Like, let's, I guess, like I went to Twitter, like DM them on Twitter, which DM's open and stuff. DM them on Twitter, like, yo guys, here's a screenshot. Your submission form on the website is borked. And I think on Twitter, they also send you to that form, actually, by the way. Like, your submission form is broken, guys. Like, kind of, you know, fix it. And I also kind of wouldn't mind joining and stuff. Nope. No answer. That was actually a couple of years ago at this point already. I'm just, like, curious, you know, will they notice eventually? Which can, like, you never know. Maybe it, like, somehow ended up in, like, some sort of spam folder, and, like, on the little fucking Twitter spam folder is, like, impossible to keep track. Like I used to. I always, like, my email, I like, check spam folders always. There's, like, a bunch of, like, interesting games that I, like, fished out of spam folder and played in the end. I do check it all the time, but on Twitter, it is absolute dog now. Like, I was trying to keep up, I was trying to clean that stuff, and now I completely, I think, officially kind of gave up. You just open, and it's just like a whole bunch of fucking, like, bots and spam and everything. I just, like, I can't dig through that anymore, I think. I don't think I will, because also the procedure of cleaning that shit is also, like, very, you know, like, full of fucking friction and stuff. It's just, like, tricky to even, like, you know, like, get rid of all that shit. Like, if it would be just kind of, like, you know, like, put, like, you know, like, mark all, you know, delete. Good. No, every single one, you press the cross, it also like loads for some time, all of this stuff, right? Like, oh, do you want to like mute or block or something? Whatever you pick, there is another choice, I think, there. And after all, like a couple of choices, you already can do the same with the next one. And there's like, you know, dozens of them and stuff, and it's more and more and more. Like, I did like this cleaning once, and then like literally like in 2 days, I'm just checking, and it's again the same. I'm like, all right. I think I gave up on this shit. But that's why, like, on Twitter, don't try to contact people, especially nowadays. They're probably not gonna see that shit. Most likely, chances are very high that they're not even gonna see that stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of things like, you know, like, my favorites are like nowadays. It's just kind of like, hi. Yeah, sure, I'm gonna just like answer to someone randomly, just like dropping the hi there. Or it's just like, yo dude, how did you start streaming or something? It's like literally like the same lines from a whole bunch of different people all the time, and then out of curiosity usually just like hover over the profile, and they most likely just like, you know, like some the stream growth specialist or something with like 10 followers on Twitter, you know, or they some sort of like, you know, like the graphical designer again or some shit like that. Those are the most actually. And like, I don't know, maybe they get offers like this. Maybe they get some clients like this, but like, if I would see someone doing advertisement like that, for me it's just kind of like, well, that person I'm not even gonna touch with a stick. Like, nope, that's a red flag instantly. Instantly. Like, all the graphical design, basically, all the stuff made, is even like with my little skills, or it was just like community people. Who, not even all of them were professional artists and stuff, you know. And those who were, those I know from, like, for example, other stream, like Johnny. Not like Zebra, who decided to just make some of the emotes and stuff themselves without even refusing even the pay from it. But yeah, totally not someone I would pick from having the spam folder offers, especially when they start, you know, with just kind of like high-end stuff like that. Yeah, in general, I hate it, but like when the corp also goes that way, when like, you know, oh yeah, like, hello, we are like some, like, there's one game right now also who kind of like rolled in my like Twitter DMs with like, you know, like we want to talk with you or something, and it's just kind of like, you know, like the style of the game kind of like fits that, you know, they kind of like, you know, in the role, I guess, of the game title and stuff, like, we want to talk with you, like, we're important and everything, but like, I don't. I don't want to talk with you, dude. You just like send me an email with the offer or something, or, you know, just don't even. I mean, if I would be interested in playing that one in particular, maybe I would answer that, but like, not exactly. I'm not gonna lose much by skipping it. Let's put it that way. Let's put it that way. All those like companies which, like, you know, like, we can or like they email you, but it's something like, you know, oh yeah, we can schedule the meeting and we're gonna tell you everything, and like some link to some like Calendly or some stuff where you can like pick the slot to schedule the meeting. I don't touch those. Nope. Like, it needs to be something like very interesting. Like, there's only one thing I think that I ever like went in the meeting over like the voice and stuff with someone representing it. It was like Nexus, actually, because like I did hear about it before, and I did, you know, like the idea, and I mean, I do use it still, and I wish it would be more popular among developers. At least Who the Doors is using it, so like that's actually cool, but like I wish it would be more popular. Just because of that, because I really kind of was interested, I did go through that meeting and stuff, and that was dog shit. Because that was literally like they just explained me everything that I already read on their website anyway, how it all works. And then it was like, let me guide you through dashboard. I mean, bro, I'm a streamer, but you know, like I kind of wasn't born streamer or something. I kind of, you know, not completely brain dead or some shit. I guess I can navigate dashboard of the website myself probably. Not a problem. I'll figure. If I have questions, I'll ask. And that was the whole meeting pretty much. And I was already kind of sold because I know about the project. I read on the website. I read like, you know, like the details and stuff. I'm like, yeah, I'm in. I'm on board with it. Like, we can skip this basically. Don't need to talk about anything, you know. I'm down. But I still need it, I guess. I don't know, maybe it was recorded, or maybe they, like, you know, like have some sort of tracking software. They need like some time in the meeting and stuff, you know, for the managers to approve. So I didn't need to go through all that fiesta just to kind of, in the end, still get the same that I would get just by like registering on the website. That's it. That's it. So yeah, don't do that. Don't do that, really. The best ones when it's like an email, you know, everything is there. The game or like platform or something, you know, service, proposal, everything there. And you can do everything, you know, without contacting people. Like, I like it, I do it. I don't like it, I don't do it. If you don't give me the details, I'm not gonna be like fishing it, trying to, you know, to pull it out of someone. And I don't think that it's even like, you know, considering I have time, considering I can check all those spam folders and stuff. A lot of people don't. So if you don't, you know, get them instantly on board with your thing, then I don't think they're gonna be partaking. I don't think so, huh? Subnautica 2 is ready for early access, says co-founder ousted from studio. But the publishers seem to disagree. It stings to have it taken away, he says. Yeah, that's what we saw at the end of last week. 3 chiefs at Unknown Worlds were replaced last week by the studio owners Krafton, who installed a new figure as CEO of the company. Removing the co-founders and CEO, all summarily ousted from their positions. What's with Subnautica? Well, I mean, we're about to find out. We're about to find out. That's exactly what I'm reading. Ousted from their positions and replaced Krafton ship Steve Paputzis, a producer who has worked on Callisto Protocol and the Dead Space series. Release a statement, ask fans to be patient. Co-founder spoken about the events in a statement posted across social media, saying that it hurts to find himself out of the studio. Writes at length about the studio's history, significantly notes that Subnautica 2 is the second most wishlisted game on Steam. So you can see why for Maxted, myself, Unknown Worlds team, and for our community, the events of this week have been quite a shock. We know that the game is ready for early access release, and we know you are ready to play it, and while we thought this was going to be our decision to make, at least for now, that decision is in Krafton's hands. And after all these years, to find that I'm no longer able to work at the company, I started stings. I see, eh? Well, I mean, we'll get to that. We'll get to that part too. Assertion that the game is ready for early access raises an eyebrow, as it seems to contradict Krafton's version of events. In their statement, they said that the studio under Paputzis would have to commit to clearly defined metrics and targets, presumably hitting the demanded quality by set deadlines. This process is essential to delivering the right game at the right time. Didn't mention any internal disagreement over whether the game was currently ready or not. But yeah, that does sound like the Disco Elysium 2 fiesta there, yeah. Suggest that leadership of Unknown Worlds and their business daddies at Krafton were at loggerheads over the quality of the early access build, which was intended to release sometime in 2025. with an early access life of 2 to 3 years before hitting 1.0. Elsewhere in the statement, Cleveland talks about the original Subnautica and says there is no way it would have been successful if we had waited until version 1.0 before releasing it to the public. This may help explain why Paputzis was parachuted in. For context, Unknown Worlds are known for transparent and steady-paced development through early access. Papuzzi Studio Strike in Distance is known for releasing a shonky shooter badly affected by intense crunch. Unfortunately, Cleveland's statement does not go into the specifics of the falling out. Beyond those assertions, there are likely wrinkles to the drama we still don't know. Statement mostly nostalgic waltz through his career at the studio, which began as a group of modders. Does end with the line, "This is not where the story ends," although doesn't specify if this means a new venture in video games or something from his AI-assisted movie company. Pseudo-XLIC. The release schedule of Subnautica itself is under review. Update our schedule and more information, including the early access timeline, will be coming soon. We'll get to that, we'll get the continuation there. Stop Killing Games proposals would make online-only games prohibitively expensive to create, argue EU lobby group. But SKG's Roll Scott says these are bad faith arguments. I mean, true. Video Games Europe, the trade association who represents publishers and devs. The board is currently chaired by Warner Brothers Games Publishing Senior Vice President. Ah, I see. The bigus corpus there. A call to shut up shop must be an option for companies when an online experience is no longer commercially viable. We understand it can be disappointing for players, but when it does happen, industry ensures that players are given fair notice of the prospective changes in compliance with local consumer protection laws. Private servers are not always a viable alternative option for players, as the protections we put in place to secure players' data, remove illegal content, and combat unsafe community content would not exist and would leave rights holders liable. In addition, many titles are designed from the ground up to be online only. In effect, these proposals would curtail developer choice by making these video games prohibitively expensive to create. A welcome opportunity to discuss our position with policymakers and those who have led the European Citizens Initiative in the coming months. A longer doc alongside the statement, going into more detail. Well, I mean, in a way, like some of the things I can see. Like, you know, the having some private servers could like affect kind of negatively the franchise and the licenses they're working with, you know. Like if there's like some private server using some IP from like, I don't know, like Disney or some shit, right? Because the game was already killed and they just like privately running it. It could be something they have no control over. Well, the option is to have control over. Like there are some games, there's like the Disney cartoon-centered ancient like MMO or something that has private server running. They did need to remove some of like IP infringing characters from the game and replace it with something, but they did allow it though. Emotkey, hello. They did allow it. Then there is also like you can have some control over that, like Electronic Arts allowing the Warhammer Online private server to be alive, right? Still, and it does fine, no problems. And another option, yeah, you don't want private servers, just allow, you know, to just local host that stuff, sorta. Just make some sort of like thing that will allow you to just go like through a local hosting. But I mean that they're probably afraid to make it that simple, just because that way people will just like, you know, circumvent their online only DRM then by doing like the local hosting. Kind of like, I remember like I think was a Diablo 3 or something where the pirate versions was basically doing pretty much that, and just like kind of running some sort of like server imitation on the local host that was like creating the illusion for the game that it actually, you know, like online. So they're probably afraid to make it too easy. Won't case Dark Soul. Yeah, better don't try and find out. Better not, better not. And games that you buy full online should not be killed like that. I mean, in general, like MMOs pretty much, well, I mean, not all MMOs, alright, fine, but like many MMOs, they basically like end up being like private servers, and that's fine. And everyone's somehow kind of okay with that, you know, everyone kind of manages and there's no problems. Yeah, sure, there is someone like, you know, like fucking up with your IP, right? And on the private server and trying to like, you know, do something saucy with that. I mean, just throw a lawsuit at them, make even some money on that on top of it. Done. Keep them in check and let them run it. Why not? There's plenty of like closed MMOs that run as private servers and there's no problems with that. Yeah, it is a little bit of an effort, true. But I'm pretty sure it is not some crazy effort that you need. Like literally need like some one person dedicated to kind of like monitor what those private server owners are doing. Maybe have some, maybe like, you know, kind of like mandate the report every like month, you know, that they need to send what's happening with the game, you know, what they adding, what they fixing, how many people playing, you know, all that kind of stuff. Which kind of money they spending, they earning from that. And like one person who will be like keeping tabs on that sorta. That's it. Like I don't think it's anything, you know, super crazy hard to do. Like curtail developer choice by making these video games prohibitively expensive to create. I don't really think so, dude. Like creating the option to have to run things offline, I don't think it's that hard. The only thing that is suffering is their DRM, you know, option. Because I think a lot of them kind of like doing all this online only thing just because they it's an easy way to DRM shit. So they really try to do it. Abandoned and not playable software should be free. Well, I mean, if it's abandonware, if the license is already abandoned and timed out, then you can get it for free, yeah. But that's the thing, they abandon stuff, but they are not abandoning the franchise. They keep that shit for themselves. Huh? That's the thing. So it's kind of like none of the players getting stuff, and they are also not doing anything with it. It just like sits there. So you can play the game, and they you know, they don't do anything with it until at some point maybe they will decide to do something with it or sell the franchise or some shit. I'll make 10 points in total, 2 centered on player safety, 3 about potential impact on companies, and 5 concerning possible impact on intellectual property right companies have to their games. Stuff you'd expect, money and the lack of control. Publishers would have over community-run private servers, were they to win down support and hand things over. To any bottom line impact, they say they would need to be a new legal framework for people doing things with games without direct support or oversight from the company who made the game and are still somewhat liable for it. Well, I mean, you can also like make it like in the law that, you know, like they release liability and that's it. With the copyright owners, I can see the problem though. Like if the game loses, you know, the license because it became, you know, the private server now, I can kind of see the problem with that. Like the owners of the private server, just as I mentioned with that like Disney game, they just, you know, need to remove all the copyrighted things. And when the whole game is licensed, like how do you do that? So that is a bit dank, but then you can you should just get the offline option. And I don't think it's that hard. Like, I mean, I kind of not really super into like, you know, the network engineering, but also kind of like not, I guess, like completely clueless about things, and I don't really see it being that super hard to do. It might kind of ruin the game experience, right? It might be not exactly the same game without running online, but at least it's running, right? So why not? Why not? Make it possible to run your own, like a local host server for the game so you can play with your friends inside like the local network or something. For example. If it goes online for everyone, you know, facing in the open internet sorta, right? Like, and people know about it, well, yes, sue them. Get them to court, done. You can write those things down, that's it. Yeah, Doxel, yeah, that happens too. That also happens. There's a lot of examples of those, though, yeah. Like when it's like abandoned, but still not completely abandoned, you know? Like you can't really do anything with it, except for playing, I guess. Except for playing it, not even that sometimes. Get this one. This soundtrack. New play. Thank you. So we'll see, we'll see. Yeah, the modding, for example, also is kind of the same. Like, most of the time, like, you can mod already, no problems, right? And if you do something like something super fucked up with modding in the game, then they probably gonna, you know, just like remove those mods, and that's not a problem. They can do that. Why can't they do the same with private servers? If they don't like something that was made based on their game, just, yeah, go to court and stuff. You can still do that. Call of Duty World War II pulled offline amid hacking claims after it starts messing with PCs and citing random lawyers. One-hand groups argued that the RCE exploit is to blame. Oh, they've got the remote code execution in this one too. Peculiar sights and sounds during a recent gun-shooting expeditions. One message references lawyers who were involved in an Activision lawsuit against German companies selling cheat codes for Call of Duty games. Activision have yet to confirm or deny that these disruptions are due to an RCE, stating only that they've yanked the games online while they address an issue. The largest online repository of malware, Groups admin Smelly posted a longer speculative post explaining why the Call of Duty World War II hullabaloo is probably an RCE situation. Attackers are capable of deploying information stealer malware, RAT, remote administration tool, or ransomware. But they conclude, based on the shared videos and screens, that thankfully it appears that the attacker is primarily interested in memeing and fucking with people. The classic, dude. Classic. Playing something multiplayer nowadays, you know, it's basically kind of bouncing between, like, you either gonna get like a whole bunch of fucking cheaters in your game, or there's gonna be some, like, you know, vulnerability or something eventually found that just gonna fuck you up completely. Always spinning that roulette there. See what can I say? Got lucky then. Got lucky then. EVE Online changed how pilots buy and sell its fancy golden space ticket known as Plex. Some complex economics. The forever game is better, they almost never close, get shut down. I mean, yeah, true, and unless we get in the situation when, like, more of them will, you know, accept kind of like this, like, FIFA Destiny in a way, when it's still gonna be like endless and everything, sure, but they're gonna be like, you know, every year you need to buy a new one, and then at some point the old ones will gonna get starting to get shut down eventually, because that way you can make more profits. But we'll see, we'll see. Hopefully that's not gonna happen. Now, one day ethereal digigood will be sold on the magical global market across the entirety of space, as opposed to being sold locally from region to region. Not absolutely game-changing economic shakeup, but it may mildly irritate any folks who speculate on Plex as if it were shares in Microsoft. The change might also make interesting reading for anyone who likes to think about EVE as a petri dish for Earth's increasingly corpus swamp global economy. The laser turrets and afterburners of EVE's interstellar market you can sell and buy Plex for big amounts of in-game money, and just like any product, it has sometimes been more expensive to buy on one side of the galaxy, but cheaper on the other side. If you theoretically gathered a few billion ISK, the standard space credit earned by wrecking rats or selling a dodgy antenna, you could buy a stack of this Plex stuff and pay for your next month's subscription in real life. Neat, but it might be cheaper to buy in safe territory and more expensive deep in the wilderness. This change means you'll now simply buy Plex via a global pool of sellers, which will appear the same anywhere in New Eden according to developers CCP. Friction-free system aims to boost liquidity, enable a fair market equilibrium, and supports EVE's evolving economy. Dynamic distorts pricing, limits access, and creates artificial scarcity that benefits a few at the expense of many. I mean, it does sound kind of like a cool thing to have, though. So, like, you hang out in some dangerous, you know, regions of space where you can get ganked while carrying some monies or something, I guess, to buy thing. Well, you can get the delivery service that will deliver it to you safely. But you will pay more than if you would buy it in some other thing. That sounds kinda good, huh? This is kinda good, actually. That was kinda good. Now I guess it's just now it's just regular boring stuff, though. That was just regular boring stuff. You just buy the subscription thingy, basically, or like the IRL currency thing with in-game currency on some sort of like global market now, instead of like actually having it as goods that you need to transfer and everything. That sounds like kind of cool. Fitting EVE Online, that's for sure. Lord of the Rings Online players finally complete the Great Hobbit run by incinerating themselves in Mount Doom. There it is. How much was that? No, it's actually an annual event hosted by Twitch streamer Berke Black, in which Hobbit players of Standing Stone and Daybreak's absolutely ancient Lord of the Rings Online try to walk all the way to Mount Doom without taking on any quests, which is to say, while doing the bare minimum of leveling up. This year's first year, community have made it to Sauron's Hellmouth, and what better way to celebrate than throwing themselves immediately into the lava. Damn son, I got them. They got them. Full journey took 7 hours rather than the estimated 6 months, plus Rivendell layover. It took Frodo and company in the book. Frodo was a wimp, clearly. The area around Mount Doom is a level 112 zone. One can only imagine the feats of evasion and brass-necked brute forcing necessary to navigate the landscape without putting in the customary grinding. Smackray comments, lovely to encounter this kind of community commitment to a bit. True. There it is, huh? The mega challenge is for you then. A Valve say controversial Mountain Blade Warband mode accused of historical revisionism was taken down by creator. Previous reports appear to suggest the platform holders may have deep a 6th Gwangju run-in man. A mod reported by an automaton yesterday was called Gwangju Running Man was a total conversion that turned Mountain Blade medieval warfare into apparently a warped depiction of 1980s student-led protests against the military coup of Chundu Huan, which were violently suppressed by the country's army. Around 200 people are estimated to have been killed during the uprising. However, despite records of the contrary, as well as the South Korean government apologizing in 2018 for military atrocities during the protests, Automaton cites the Korean Yonhap news agencies reporting that a Gwangju Running Man depicted protesters as armed and violent criminals, thus framing the military regime's brutality as justified. As you can imagine, deliberately rewriting key moment in South Korea's history and the fight against being ruled by US-backed dictatorships is in such a way made the mod very controversial. Since disappeared from Steam Workshop, with Valve having clarified that the mod's creator was responsible for it being pulled worldwide, while the company had only moved to block access to the mod in South Korea. Initial reports appear to suggest Valve may have been behind the worldwide takedown at the request of South Korea's Game Rating and Administration Committee, but instead it seems company have dealt with this in a manner that more closely mirrors their previously established modus operandi. Modus operandi, for better or worse, is to allow everything on the Steam store except for things that we decide are illegal or straight up trolling. This mod looking like it fell into the first category in South Korea specifically. No, I mean that's not a bad approach by Gibbon then. So it wasn't them just deleting it completely for everyone. With Need for Speed devs working on Battlefield, EA's beloved car culture site Speed Hunters seemed to have shut off its engine. The 17-year-old outlet has gone nearly quiet over the past few months. Development of Need for Speed on hiatus. Hinted that there are still plans for the racing series going forward. Speed Hunter site hadn't had any news stories published to it since April 3rd. A links to its store, a return error message, and its Instagram account boasts an ominous black void as a profile photo. The Drive reports having heard that Speed Hunters might have shut down. Reach out to EA for comment. Hey Rev, hello, how we doing? How are you doing? Founded in 2008 by Rod Chong, Speed Hunters have been backed by EA since day one, with the various car-related articles and photography they've delivered over 10 of the years having been interspersed with plenty of Need for Speed coverage and promo. As recently as December last year, the site were writing about the special Most Wanted BMW M3 that released in commemoration of a Need for Speed Series 30th anniversary, having also covered updates to Need for Speed Unbound in 2024. Serious, I see. Then the dang gardening time. Join the Dream World. Nice, nice, sounds good, huh? As I alluded to earlier, Speed Hunters has also been a regular presence in Need for Speed games themselves by those ubiquitous stickers, and one of these journalists, Dino Dale Carbonare, even made a cameo in earlier a forgettable mobile game Need for Speed No Limits. The Reddit comment responding to chatter about Speed Hunters' unclear situation, former contributor Paddy McGrath wrote the following. Well, I mean, they kinda don't really know much, I guess, about it. Originally, people involved in the creation of Speed Hunters moved on to other things, more and more difficult to keep the project afloat. I see. I see. The DLC was there. Hey, Portable, hello. How we doing, man? Trapped in the fading light of a broken moon house, 30 nights to balance scarce resources, grow meager rations in the weak Earthlight. Navigate the emotional sanity of a fragile sisterhood, decode ancient documents in search of secrets. Your only choices will be impossible ones. The Insane Moon Survival. Guard the reflected light from Earth. That's pretty cool stylistically. It looks pretty cool stylistically. Is it time for some mega heat there, brother? Is it? Not super hot, but it was very humid. I see, yeah, humidity can do that indeed. I see those that I see. It does look pretty nice. A major content description, bleak and dark setting, death. Musicas. Just like the looks are kinda interesting. Stylistically looks kinda interesting. Lo-fi games know you've spent 1 billion hours with Kenshi, so they are working on making the sequel's discoveries even less predictable. Plus, they're not fond of fondue, apparently. On the interviews, there you go, and I see. Portable with them steaks. Thank you, sir, thank you. Chatting about Kenshi 2, hated for fondue. Current size of 30 people in the company there, I see. Kenshi bought a sort of philosophical idealism that he can overcome anything if you keep working hard at improving and training, and that's how I would love the world to be. Gonna be the same location but very different, 1,000 years before. Different civilizations, different factions. You'll get a preview of the old empire and how things were. Whole point of traveling is that you go somewhere with a different culture, different rules of survival, different dangers. Makes you want to travel, see what's out there. I feel like my work now is more geared towards people playing it for that long, so you're trying to make things not repeatable. So I find for Kenshin 2, we are more aware now of people spending that amount of time, so we can try and adapt to it. That people can play that long and it doesn't repeat and stuff. Design the game to be addictive like that, and addictive in a good way. You can have evil addiction and good addiction. Evil is like a typical free-to-play maximize engagement type of mentality from designer. My type of addiction is... are you addicted because you're having fun, encountering problems and challenges? And even when you're away from the game, you're thinking of the challenge. Maybe you're at work and you're thinking, how am I gonna get my guy back from those slavers? Found a little funny in a sort of, no, this is a healthy crack you create in a way, but then again, Kenshi is very cheap on Steam at the moment. If the game goes into public eye, you get pressure, certain obligations and potential problems. Things aren't always made in the order that looks best for marketing. We said too much, that weakens our impact. At the end of the day, we want to make more games. We need to do things properly and be patient so that we succeed. And Kenshi's a game about exploration and discovery. At least with my work, I don't want to say anything about it because it ruins the whole player's experience of discovering that for themselves. Even once we're fully showing the game, a lot of our best stuff will be holding it back. There is a lot of stuff I consider spoilers that maybe a normal company wouldn't. Also asked at one point to choose between Kenshi's Robot Companion Agno and Fondue as a melted cheese dip, just as a concept. They are not fans. Really like cheese, but yeah, it shouldn't be liquid. The sun. See the I see. Still not enjoying the vampire. Addiction by definition is not good. Well, I mean, different type of like semantics, I guess. Like it's not like you need to play the game to function, for example. But you really want to, huh? Steel Hunters, the mech shooter from World of Tanks devs, gets a shutdown date just 3 months after releasing in early access. I would know this isn't the news anyone wanted to hear. And it looks like that didn't go that well. That one didn't go that well. But yeah, apparently it was in general kind of half-arsed. I kind of like browsed through some like reviews and everything, and people were just in general kind of like enjoying it, but there's like so many like issues and bugs and devs taking so long to address that stuff. Like there was some like kind of like game breaking exploits, and like they took weeks to actually patch that stuff. So it was like really bad, you know, like feedback, really bad contact between players and devs. And yeah, looks like it's over now. It looks like it's over now completely. Shut down quickly in modern times. I mean, for big corp, it's like that easy. Like they're not interested into trying to like to run it or something, right? Trying to pull some like No Man's Sky with it or something. Like they just kind of like, well, we take the L, you know, cut the losses, and get the profit somewhere else. That's pretty much it. And that's pretty much it. Thank you, HPLO. Oblivion Remastered performance improvements emerged through the gates with update 1.2 plus difficulty tweaks. Begun and optimized waterfall particle effects. Still pumping some performance patches, that's good. The difficulty balancing. Novice Apprentice, Adept, Journeyman, Expert, and Master options in gameplay menu. How Journeyman setting specifically will act as a better bridge between Adept and Expert for players. I'll see. Frame drops, optimizations. That's good. Full release on PC and other platforms to follow at some point down the line. So they're testing for now the update, alright. Space Scum is a sci-fi strategy RPG take on Battle Brothers with very emotive space rats. And there is a Steam demo actually. Now bend the mercenaries through battle after battle in this sci-fi turn-based RPG. Fight your way across different planets, earn loot and equipment to outfit your team, and remember no option is off the table when survival is on the line. A demo in August, I see. Got the playtest there. That you can request access. No, demo is coming this August, yeah. I guess requesting access might still get you access in August, probably. Be a bit earlier to test the demo. Video game voice actor strike is over, with new AI agreements reached over digital replicas. SAG-AFTRA have been fighting for the contract for 3 years. And there it is, a ratified new interactive media agreement which delivers historic wage increases, industry-leading AI protections, and enhanced health and safety measures for performance. On behalf of the video game producers that are a party to the agreement. And the AI replica, I mean, anytime now. Maybe I already am even. Maybe I already am. A new contract will ensure performance receives specified minimum payments for use of digital replicas made from their performances, higher compensation from the use of chatbots based on their performances, and payments when their performances are used in future projects. I mean, that is good, that is good. On the Genius Tracker deal with the now closed replica studios to allow voice actors to license digital replicas of their likeness and voices. Have achieved fully informed consent and fair compensation when it comes to the use of our members' voices and performances. At the time of the union announcement calling the move approved by affected members of the union's voiceover performer community. Due criticism from several prominent actors, including Deus Ex Human Revolution, CLSO Fixes. Humbly consider myself one of the top voice actors working in games. No one asked me about this. No one reached out for my opinion. From what I'm seeing, no one asked any of my peers either. So it's still kind of sus in the end there. A now ratified contract requires clear consent from performance, including knowledge of a reasonably specific description of intended use, specifying things like genre, profanity, violent or sexual content, stunts, and whether the performer will be reprising a specific role.
I love you guys.
Oh shit, Zakbak. Welcome back to the dungeon. Thank you, sir. Thank you, man. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it a lot. That's a lot of years. Thank you, sir. Thank you. How we doing? There's also this bit, which I'm sure is necessary, but also makes for some fascinatingly grim reading. Diseased performers. Constant performance granted during their lifetimes shall continue to be valid after death unless explicitly limited otherwise at the time of initial consent. If performer is deceased at the time the employer seeks consent, employer shall obtain the consent of the authorized representative, e.g. their estate. If deceased performer authorized representative cannot be identified or located, consent may be obtained from the union. The union gonna be deciding, alright. Cute. Sounds kinda weird, huh? Sounds kinda weird, eh? No, at least that one led somewhere. That is good. Hopefully for the better. Hopefully for the better it's gonna improve, eh? The latest Monster Hunter Wilds update aims to rally the Steam reviews and slay the wildest monster of all, FOMO. Arc-tempered monsters to be permanently available. And there it is. Now, Duna will debut on the same date, a week ahead of the schedule. Then, gonna bring Duna already next week then. Already. May not be the first permanently available Arc-tempered monsters, considering making event quests for the upcoming Arc-tempered monsters and other event quests permanently available as well. Let's see. Given by responses to this announcement, I gathered that the limited time quests in Monster Hunter Wilds have been causing a lot of ruckus. Some players object that the previous major series iteration, Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak, did not have these stressful features, and while others point out that they were present in Monster Hunter World, Lost Game from the Wilds team specifically. The only rather disingenuous thought here is that it's a bit reach for so-called hunters to be complaining of FOMO. Hunting's supposed to be about identifying and accommodating the prey's animal's schedule, isn't it? Pretty dang sure the pre-Neolithic tribes weren't out there review bombing the sky gods because the herds kept moving south for the winter. Actually, that probably explains the formation of many organized religions. Yeah, Capcom considered just not telling people when Arc-tempered monsters are present in the game, foster the element of curiosity. Sure, that would in no way increase the quantity of hate mail they're receiving. I mean, as long as they have like the loops with that, with the FOMO, right? Like you have some monster dropping, and that means in a few months they're gonna drop again, for example. But there's always some monster to hunt, right? So I don't know. I think it's kind of like a little bit of whatever to me personally. A little bit. That way, might as well just like drop all the content in instead of like doing those like events, and the rewards and stuff. Just like drop everything all together, and people are just gonna abandon playing it probably instantly because it's too overwhelming and too much shit. Like, I mean, it's live service basically. That's what they do. So I think it's kind of alright as long as you can return, and I think you kind of usually can. Like, it goes in cycles, and then there's those like festivals or whatever, right, when they just return all kind of like previous events, and you can do all of them, during like some week or something. You can do all of them. If you miss something, you can at least kind of catch up that way. I think that's kind of not a bad thing. If anything, it kind of like gives you motivation to kind of something new, something special, gonna check it out, gonna farm it. Subnautica 2 publishers Krafton accuse ousted bosses of abandoning duties, and now those ex-leads are suing. The war is only getting choppier. Abandoning the duties. The latest twists. Yeah, the saga we've already seen. Krafton claimed in a statement published late yesterday that approximately 90% of the okay, that's about the bonus thing, yeah. A war of words between the two sides, punctuated by a report from Bloomberg, which alleged Krafton's call to delay the game was made just before a 250 million bonus was set to be paid to Unknown World staff. So they delayed it just not to pay the bonus, sorta. Krafton claimed in a statement published late yesterday that approximately 90% of this bonus, tied to the dev team hitting revenue targets, was set to pay to the 3 ousted leads, with the expectation that they would demonstrate leadership and active involvement in the development of Subnautica 2. However, regrettably, the former leadership abandoned their responsibilities and trusted to them. Subnautica 2 was originally planned for an early access launch in early 2024, but the timeline has since been significantly delayed. Publishers allege that multiple requests for Cleveland and Maguire to resume their responsibilities as game director and technical director were declined by the leads. Krafton believes that the absence of core leadership has resulted in repeated confusion in direction and significant delays in the overall project schedule. The statement odds with the publishers writing that they are committed to fair and equitable compensation for all remaining Unknown Worlds employees working on the game. We reaffirm our commitment to provide the rewards they were promised. Krafton added, not quite explicitly, stating that the remaining devs will definitely get the full 250 million. So yeah, very much both barrels being pointed at the exiled leads. Enter Charlie Cleveland, providing an update via Subnautica subreddit. Now filed a lawsuit against Krafton. The details should eventually become at least mostly public. Oh, you all deserve the full story, wrote after reiterating his claim that the game was ready for early access. Seeing a multi-billion-dollar company in a painful, public and possibly protracted way was certainly not on my bucket list, but this needs to be made right. Subnautica has been my life's work and I would never willingly abandon it or the amazing team that has poured their hearts into it. As for the earnout, the idea that Max, Ted and I wanted to keep it all for ourselves is totally untrue. I'm in this industry because I love it, not for riches, and historically we've always shared our profits with the team and did the same when we sold the studio. You can be damn sure we'll continue with the earnout bonus as well. As you can tell, this is a saga that looks very much set to rumble on for the foreseeable as part of what Cleveland summed up as an explosive and surreal time for the Subnautica team and community. I will keep you updated. Well, hard to say, hard to say. Need more info who to trust here. Not sure if trusting Corpo is a good idea. But also I guess kind of makes sense in a way. If it already was planned to release early 2024 and we already in 2025 in middle, and nothing still happened, then I guess maybe, you know, they weren't that good with delivering on the deadlines and stuff. And maybe they had the reason to kind of just remove them because they were failing all the deadlines and all the quality control thingies. Maybe. But also, yeah, also maybe I didn't want to pay the bonus there or something. And maybe that. Hard to say. I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll see. Yeah, but this seems for now kind of like another Disco Elysium moment there. The time off to make some weird indie movie. Well, one of them has some sort of AI-assisted movie studio, yeah, that they will be working on right now, probably. Looks like. Yeah, see, it kind of says here, where was it? Yeah, multiple requests for Cleveland and Maguire to resume their responsibilities as game director and technical director were declined by the leads. So, I mean, whoever has receipts for that, basically probably is in the right and gonna win this shit. Like, if they refuse to, you know, to actually do their job at the company and delay the launch by over a year already, then yeah, I guess they had all the grounds to fire them. I think. So I guess we're gonna find out. Whoever has receipts and where those receipts are pointing, gonna win, basically. Morsels. Fast-paced creature collecting a roguelite with the rotating roster of characters to switch between at will. Overcome a clique of killer cats as you fight your way out of the sewers in this unique action-packed journey. Got the demo. There is the demo. The Giga Pigeons even. Like the style, but not sure about the gameplay though. I'm not sure if the gameplay is my jam. The style is nice though. Hey, you boy, hello. Yeah, game looks cool. Game looks cool. Not my jam, probably gameplay wise, kinda, but stylistically looks dank. Stylistically looks dank. There is a demo, and there is a demo. No, yeah, that's what we already kind of seen there. That's what we already kind of seen there. Missing out on previously agreed to 150 million bonus because of the delay. Yeah, I mean that also could be kind of the reason. We'll see, we'll see. Who got the receipts? Gonna win. Shark Dentist. A unique horror roguelike where you play as a shark dentist. Task is to treat the teeth of giant predators in a dark clinic while avoiding their deadly aggression. Balance tactics, luck, and limited resources to heal your patient without losing your own life. Peak gaming right there. Looks like a fake gameplay video. It kinda does look a little weird, huh? Hard to say. One case. Guess we'll see. Guess we'll see. Intense gameplay and roguelike mechanics. A multitasking realistic tool interaction. Organic balance. Game will appeal to horror fans. Streamers. There it is, man. Streamer slope kick. Sea of Thieves is getting paid custom servers next year, and Rare switching up their approach to seasons. It's outlined in the first ever community direct that has come not long after Microsoft's layoffs. So what's going to be the customizations that are available there? Got some work to do to keep folks invested in the game. We haven't hit the mark our players were hoping for in terms of game health and performance, especially when it comes to being reactive to cheating and the game experience on PC. Also cognizant that we could be more attuned to the desires and experiences of our player base, and we'll be working hard to remedy this in future. Expanded the team focused on improving the core playability and stability of the main game. Different approach to how they structure 3-month seasons, with new stuff arriving every month, so the players always have something fresh to do. Seasons 17 and 18, both of which were teased here, are coming soon. Those custom servers will be arriving early next year. They'll be deployed as part of a new subscriptions premium package, which will also include other benefits. You'll be able to tweak the seas of your custom server to suit your every whim, spawning enemies, turning off enemies, running safer seas fleets, messing about with Dev's cinematic camera. The place oysters come from your oyster. Although this subscription service is landing next year, we've taken the decision to announce it nice and early so that our partners and creative communities can start making plans sooner rather than later. Want to build this tool set in partnership with the community and running a subscription model, and means that we can ensure ongoing investment into development and custom service as a platform. Well, I mean, there'll be a lot of customization. Might be kind of nice. You can like make some like custom servers with people and people to join them later with some custom rule sets and some features. Sort of like modding, you know, in a way, but for multiplayer. This could be kind of alright. Like, in a way, like, you know, Ark, Rust and stuff have it. Just a bunch of mods on this server and it already plays completely differently. Quite a lot of those mods are actually improving the basic functionalities of the game, making it just play better. And then the private servers actually end up, custom private servers end up being better than, like, you know, any global server. I mean, like, the OG Ark is still, like, higher, you know, player base than the new Ark, for example. So, like, almost 40,000 people in Survival Evolved, eh? I mean, kind of close. Alright, 38, 34, you know, 39, 35, I guess. So kind of close. But yeah, Survival Evolved technically has all the official servers shut down because they just moved to Remaster already. So like all those people, all those almost 40,000, they just play private servers. And no one needs those official servers whatsoever, dude. And kind of paying for them to run them is actually kind of, well, normal. I just wonder how it's gonna go, like if it's like one person paying subscription to have a custom server and their friends can join them for free, or do you need everyone to have it? Because technically to run your custom server fully you need to pay hosting, and that usually is around like 30 bucks or something for, you know, like 20 people or something around that. Depends on the game and shit. Profits in those private servers, the hosts or the hosting, because they get paid for, you know, lending their machines to the server. Dev company doesn't get shit from that, really. I think there was even like the situation back in the day. I don't know if that changed nowadays, but there was thing back in the day that like you could do the private server with all the DLC content, and people without DLC could be playing on that private server and get like access to DLC content, for example. I think you couldn't use the maps of the DLCs, but you could like use all the like dinosaurs and all the other stuff. Custom microtransaction stuff, yeah. Well, I mean, it depends how deeply involved you can be, but usually that's how it was. Like when we got our own Rust server, when we got tired of playing on like public and private servers with other people being PP again, we with friends just made our own. And later down the line, we got our own, yeah, microtransactions there going and stuff. Yep, we did. To support the server, to pay the hosting, basically. Just needed like some, I don't remember. Back then it was kind of cheaper for us, to be honest. Like it was like 15 bucks or something we were paying for like 30 slots or something like that. So yeah, we're just kind of like, you know, selling some stuff basically on the server. Some pay-to-win shit, you know. It wasn't like anything crazy, just like a little bit of that just to get the hosting paid. And we played for like 2 months maybe or something, then we kind of got bored and turned it off anyway. Why companies wouldn't like that? Oh, I mean, you can prohibit that though. That's the thing. Like you can kind of prohibit that, no problems. Like it's not something you can do with in-game way. You need to do it with some other means. And technically, yeah, it could be prohibited. Kind of like with private servers of like some MMOs, like Warhammer Online, for example. They're not allowed to like make any money out of this. So they're allowed to run it officially without EA interrupting, but they can't make any profit from that. So you can do it if you want. It's just like some games don't really care. That's it. That's it. But it's good for the company, same as mods. Basically, it's kind of the same thing. Like mods are basically what carry, you know, Bethesda. There's a whole company basically carried by mods, pretty much. The popularity of all their games, most of their games, are carried by mods. And the private service, custom service can do exactly the same if they have enough freedom. Which, yeah, like in some cases they don't want to, in some cases I guess they kind of can. Like at Fallout 76, you can have your own like private server. If you have subscription, you can just get your own server where only you can play and people you invite can play. But you can't really customize that. It's still the same shit. Which in a way, I guess, also kind of makes sense because you can get that character on another server later, right? And if you get it like custom server where you can get some really dank rewards really easily and then just move to the public servers, that sucks, right? So it kind of depends on the architecture, how the game is made. If you can keep your character only on like one server and that will be a private server, then why not? You can do whatever you want there. But if you can take that character and stuff on the public servers after that, or other private server, for example, that already is a bit problematic. Like in Ark, I think there was a setting in this when you like like I mean, I was setting up like servers multiple times for Ella community, for Ella's Ark community, and there was a setting, for example, you can enable like if you allow people from other servers to join your server with their shit. Like whatever they already have, whatever they unlocked, so you usually just kind of block it, and that's it. So like no one can join your server who already like got some Omega stuff on other servers. Everyone starts from scratch. A top city builder against the storm gets a grumpy, a bat faction, and giant pooping birds in its next DLC this July. So against the storm with another DLC. Gotta get the bats now. Gotta get the bats. Got the frogs. Now it's time for bats. Despise weakness tend to thrive where others fail, making them unique but volatile companions on an expedition in the wilderness. Manorial Court ability is used to expel a member of another species, leveraging this harsh punishment to motivate the rest of the workforce. They also gain resolve when other species leave the settlement. So you kind of want to like focus on one faction there. Hey, Oak Warrior, hello. The feature creep the game? No, I think actually in this one, like, that's quite natural to add this stuff, honestly. Like, in this one, it's kind of easy to add that. Hey, Gustamani, hello. How we doing, man? Like, the new race with a little bit of features. Some more buildings and biomes. Nah, I think in this game that actually works pretty fine there. I think it works pretty fine with this one. Yeah, it's just a faction DLC. Like, you usually get like some new biome, you get some new buildings for the biome and stuff, right? Some new like events and encounters for the biome. I mean, it's the roguelike stuff too, right? Like, it's not like something like PvP multiplayer or some shit, right? Where things might be kind of like unbalanced or some stuff. Just something new to do. Not to mention that a lot of these DLC things are unlocking later. Actually, probably gonna get access to this one, but I'll need to check because I think for frogs you need to like level your like meta progression to some extent, and I hadn't had that. So if that's gonna be the same level, maybe I'll try to push it a little just to get both like frogs and bats. If it's gonna be even higher level, then I'm not gonna bother probably. Like, I mean, it's a roguelike strategy. Like, you're supposed to play this shit a bunch, which is a good game though. It's really cool, but like, yeah. I'm not really that much on the grind of this game. Not that big on the grind, so... Yeah, the bamboo flats biome. So yeah, the game is really good. I played it a bunch, but yeah, my meta progression is not at the level where you should be. Nintendo addresses Switch 2 price, supply versus demand, and game key cards concerns. Publisher's president says $449 price for console is appropriate for the gaming experience that it offers, but is closely monitoring to what degree the price might become a barrier. Damn, what a twist. Closely monitoring. Recent game software development become larger in scale and longer in duration, resulting in higher development costs. The game business has always been a high-risk business, and we recognize that the rising development costs are increasing that risk. Our development teams are devising various ways to maintain our traditional approach to creating games amidst the increasing scale and length of development. We believe it is important to make necessary investments for more efficient development. We also believe it is possible to develop game software with shorter development periods that still offer consumers a sense of novelty. We see this as one potential solution to the concern about rising development costs and software prices, and we will explore it from various angles within the company. Switch to exceeding supply in many countries, particularly in Japan. Strengthen our production and supply system to deliver as many Switch 2 systems as possible to our customers. The price people not happy? Address concerns regarding Switch's too high price point. General Q&A and its annual shareholders meeting. So not sure people complaining en masse, I'm not so sure, but well, I mean, I guess if investors asking, then maybe. Maybe. That's about the limited pre-orders there. All for customers have actively been playing a Switch prioritized opportunity. I received wide variety of feedback on this randomly selected drawing format, both positive and negative. Analyze feedback internally, used as learning experience for the future. Apprehension regarding game key cards, and which cartridges act as keys to unlock download rather than storing the game. Seeing Nintendo do this is a little disheartening, said Night Dive Studio CEO Stephen Cook. He would hope that a company that big that has such a storied history would take preservation a little more seriously. In response to investors, Furukawa said Nintendo will continue to work closely with publishers to support various distribution methods offered on the Switch 2. One of the new software distribution methods we have introduced to accommodate larger game data sizes on Switch 2 compared to Switch. Software can be released in various formats, and we will continue to work closely with software publishers in many formats to ensure they actively support our platform. Skarid is pretty bad, really? Let's see, cheap PC. Switch 2 games, yeah. That is for now kinda rare beast. That is for now kinda rare beast there. Forza Motorsport developer turned 10 team is no more. Former staff reports staff only remained to support the development of sibling franchise Forza Horizon. Well, I mean, technically we kinda had that last time. That we kinda had the last Sunday. 120 people were gone from Forza Motorsport side. It's all about the Forza Horizon. PlayStation set to attend the Tokyo Game Show 2025. Sega, Square Enix, Electronic Arts, Ubisoft, Kojima Productions to feature at exhibit scheduled for September 25th to 28th. at Makuhari Mess in Chiba, Japan. There it is. The PlayStation finally gonna show some games. Now it's gonna be just some updates and stuff. I'm kinda slowly getting there already, dude. Like 2 months and we're gonna be watching Tokyo Game Show again. That's usually like fucking dang stuff there to watch. We'll see. We'll see. A new console with the uninspired sequel is very weird. I think in the way it's kinda smart though. Like they're releasing with the game that people know will last a while. And they will just keep updating it through like the lifetime of the console probably and like milk it more. So I think that's pretty much the what they want to do. Like you kind of want, I guess, with the like, you know, like new PlayStation, right, or something. You kind of want to have some sort of like platform selling a game, right? Because like people, I mean, people kind of like more hesitant, I guess, with those consoles and stuff. Nintendo has like really like cult-like following in a way, especially like after, as I mentioned many times, like being at like Bayonetta 2 sales start in Russia back in the day, right? In the good times, and seeing those people there and how it all went, it was, yeah, that was quite a cult following. So like those people, they're gonna be buying console anyway, you know. If they have money, they will buy it. It doesn't matter like what you gonna get as a game. And I mean, Mario Kart, I guess, is not the worst one. At least it's something that like everyone Everyone at least like says, as you can see, even as you can hear before, right, that it's like it's so much content, man, and you know there's gonna be even more. They're gonna keep supporting it, and they will, and they're gonna like farm it from like day one of release now, right, until complete the end of the console and the next console start. Yeah, that's exactly what Nintendo does in general. I wouldn't really say like they're like kind of like they're lazy with like the new franchises, I guess you can say. Like they don't introduce many, and when they do, you know, it's gonna be a franchise that's gonna stay around for a while too. But like I don't think they're like that lazy in terms of like, you know, kind of quality and stuff. They do try to kind of innovate in their games, at least especially considering like, you know, amount of freedom they had on like Switch performance wise and stuff, right? The amount of things they managed to do with that is actually quite good. Like I wouldn't say it's bad. I wouldn't really call it that lazy. Like lazy would be just kind of like reskinning the same shit again and again. Like they at least kind of try to change the formula a little bit and not really afraid to do it. So that's kind of fine. It's just like it's the same, you know, yeah, Mario Game 83. So like you just kind of see it and like roll the eyes and move on, at least for me. It's polishing and trying some things here and there, yeah. And it works. And it works for them, so I guess. Elden Ring Night Rain tops May 2025 US sales, but Monster Hunter Wilds remains year's biggest hit to date. Even with all the dogshit performance and stuff, they still manage, though. They still manage. Night Rain first, Doom the Dark Ages second. And Oblivion was on the fourth still, even. Battlefront jumping from 135th position to 12th position. Insane. Ubisoft announces layoffs at Red Storm and 19 people affected. Decision was made as part of firm's ongoing targeted restructuring and global cost-saving efforts. See, so guys, see. Yeah, I mean that is true. That is true. I mean that's probably why also Nintendo is not even trying to go like, you know, like some super crazy, you know, like console with insane performance, but because then the demand for the content quality and stuff will be way higher. Now they can all kind of just, you know, like, I mean, the Switch is weak, man. We just do what we can with our hardware. We can't really do that much. And no one bothers even. Like the only like things that we're getting shit on, I guess, from like Switch console, even not exactly necessarily Nintendo, was like some of the Pokemon games, right? Primal was a joke DLC. No, Primal was like a standalone game that they were selling. Kind of same as what was like the Far Cry. The post-apocalyptic one that was kind of supposed to be after like New Dawn or whatever, after like Far Cry 5 kinda. Blood Dragon was the DLC, yeah. Yeah, the Tom Clancy Ghost Recon people. It was not an easy decision, was necessary one given our operational priorities. Remain committed to supporting those affected with comprehensive severance packages, extended healthcare benefits, and career transition assistance. Deeply appreciate the hard work and the impact they've had on Ubisoft. Other Ubisoft locations were impacted by the redundancies at Red Storm. There it is. So even the Ghost Recon ones are getting cut. Was there another one that we were hearing rumors about soon? Lords of the Fallen surpasses 5.5 million players. 2023 action RPG developed by Hexworks and published by CI Games. Not a bad result, I guess. Not a bad result, I guess. Were they actually on subscriptions and stuff too? I guess at this point they also already been through some mega sales, but I mean, still, sounds good. Waiting for the second one. I did enjoy this one, actually. I did enjoy it, not gonna lie. Faker doesn't seem to know much about League of Legends, an interview reveals. Them just a sheer luck there, probably. Very humble. Very humble. A legend was put to a series of questions, but the lack of depth in any of his answers could be indicative of him perhaps not caring about League of Legends as much as you might imagine. Though very little about the wider ecosystem. Asked about League of Legends animated series and prompted to suggest a path for the next show from Riot Games, Faker seemed to reveal he doesn't know about the backgrounds or storylines of the game's champions. I mean, that's like why would you need that to be a pro gamer, the pro player in the game? Also mentioned he doesn't know anything about TV shows, suggesting he's not been privy to Arcane. Admitted interview with Hotspot that he hasn't read the League of Legends lore books, of which there are 2. Asked what he thinks of them, he said, if it's good, I'll try. Asked to rate the best splash and profile art in League of Legends, Faker said, I also actually don't really pay attention to the splash arts, but I collaborated to actually make my Ari skins, so I will go with that one. While League of Legends is growing and becoming increasingly huge, Faker advised the interviewer that he doesn't pay attention to other aspects of League of Legends, but he does hope Riot can inspire more people to play League. I mean, what do you even expect, dude? Faker's League skills based on how much he knows the lore. Yeah, I was thinking maybe like that he doesn't know like some characters, how they play or some shit, which would be ridiculous, I guess, right? And no one cared about it. There was none in the early days. There was like I remember like on the beta test, I had no fucking idea, and I couldn't even like learn somewhere who is who, what's that. No one cared. No one cared. And I mean, pretty much probably most of the players still don't care. What lore? Well, I mean, nowadays they try. Yeah, like Arcane, right? A bunch of like spin-off games, and like a lot of them, like pretty much all of them actually were kind of decent games to the spin-off ones. So yeah. The borderline reskin Dota ones, I mean, pretty much kinda, yeah. Dota ones are just random shit that Modmaker put in. True. Some lore, but it's all amazingly disjointed. I mean, true, yeah, because like there's like so many like different worlds and stuff, and now they're trying to kind of like you know, glue it all together. So like there's some relation between all of the different worlds that they have as a part of the game. Replace all characters. Well, I mean, yeah, true. Like, I mean, I played League back in the day, like in the beta test, and then a little after, like I remember, like when like they opened like Russian servers, and then they were like, oh, if you transfer characters, you get like some shit for free there, and I was like, oh, I actually have my like beta stuff. Maybe I should just transfer it for funsies and maybe play a little bit. But yeah, that was like a shitload of time ago. So like I basically absolutely clueless. And like after I watched Arcane, I actually went to check like who out of those who of some of the characters are champions. Like some obviously I kind of knew from the old times, or like whenever I was kind of following a little, and like some of the guesses even I kind of guessed right who is who, like Singed and stuff, right? For example. But like some like Mel and whatever, like those I didn't even know they exist in the game at this point, and like I mean, did make it worse though. Like whatever, yeah, I guess you can completely like, you know, disconnect them from the game and it'll be fine. But I mean, if they're connected with the game, then I guess it's kind of bonus for some people playing it, you know, that they learn something more about the character they play. Like that's the thing in general, in my opinion. Like in many games, like people who play on the high professional level, they don't give a shit. They don't get involved because for them it's all, you know, like, it's mechanics. Like, they care what's meta, they care what's strong, they care what, you know, plays good mechanically for them personally, right? They don't form some sort of attachments and stuff. Like, they... I mean, I guess pretty much all of them still kind of have some sort of character that is like their signature sort of character, right? But not probably because like they love the lore or how they look, but because they probably played the most of it and just kind of most comfortable with it. And when you go like lower in terms of skill ceiling, you already kind of have like people who just kind of like, you know, I play this character because I like the skin on this character. I like play this character because I like this character. You kind of eventually maybe even can get good at this character if you play only that character all the time, right, and stuff. But yeah, I think it's kind of like in involvement and engagement with the lore is like, you know, a reverse proportional with the skill level, in my opinion. I don't know what you about it. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like, you watch Arcane, it's all nice and interesting, and then you get to play the actual game, and it's like complete fucking dog shit, really. The usual role players. I mean, in a way, I guess you could say so. Yeah. Yeah, the dude is playing already for so long. Like, the thing is, like, there's a bunch of like lore that was already like, you know, like retconned, changed and stuff. A bunch of characters that got changed completely, right, and everything. And yeah, it's just like, why would you even follow that when it's like constantly changing? When it's gonna be like somewhat, you know, already set in stone, which I don't know when it's gonna be. I wish they would like make that fucking MMO faster. That would be nice. That would be nice. Anything else I kind of don't really care about until then, more or less. Switch 2 can easily port any 60 FPS Xbox Series S game, says Virtuous. Any 60 FPS Xbox Series S games should easily port to the new console. Well, are there a lot of Xbox Series S 60 FPS games, though? When they struggle to run there at all, not at 60 FPS even. That MMO ain't happening? I think it will. I think it will. I don't think they cancel it completely. Problem is, yeah, they kind of got lost on, you know, like what it's gonna be. Like, if anything, I think worst case, they're just gonna kind of like, you know, respec it. Like, it's not gonna be like the full-blown kind of classic MMO. It's gonna be some sort of like live service slop or something. Some sort of like, you know, like kind of like Genshin but League of Legends or some shit, you know. Which actually sounds kind of like it would be probably actually fucking working really fucking good for them. Because you can get all the characters already again in the, you know, in the gacha pools, right? And people would be like, oh, I like this character in leagues, I want to pool that character in the game. Then you can get all the like weapons and stuff, you know, from the game, also in items from the game, also in the gacha pools already too. Sort of builds even, I guess. You already have abilities, pretty much like fitting with the sort of Genshin-like stuff, right? Like, you have like 3 abilities plus ult ability. That's even like more than Genshin has, for example. So and you have already a bunch of skins also that you just need to replicate in kind of a bit different, you know, like angle with a bit more detail to it, obviously. But yeah, there it is. It's all done already, pretty much. Just farm the gacha, dude. There it is. They already have it going there. And so many characters already done, basically, and even some lore written for them already. Like, easy money. Switch 2 performs slightly below Xbox Series S, but DLSS helps make it comparable. Yes, the DLSS doesn't make it better, but it does make it comparable with Series S. And Series S is dog shit, so... that doesn't sound like a good comparison, you know. CPU department, Switch being more comparable to PS4. Games are well optimized, they are more GPU bound than CPU bound, and the impact largely depends on the specific game and its target frame rate. Any game shipping at 60 FPS on Series S should easily port to the Switch 2. Similarly, 30 FPS GPU bound Series S games should all support well. Well, time for Game Pass on Switch then. They won it for a while. Don't think they actually delivered it yet though, right? Final Fantasy IX Remake's development is in trouble, it is claimed. Update in Final Fantasy IX Remake status in Resetera, and the leaker, another more leaks I see, revealed that last he checked the remake was still in development. However, he needs to do a fresh, no, not Resetera, fresh check to learn more about the current status. A month ago, did hear that Final Fantasy IX Remake was in trouble and possibly cancelled. However, he had only one source claiming the cancellation possibility, and they will have to investigate further to confirm. Regardless, the fact Final Fantasy IX Remake is in trouble will not go down well with fans. I mean, it's more of them insane leaks that no one knows, like, you know, which ones are even true or something. If anything, Remake does sound kind of like, you know, just easy out of money sort of for them, but it depends how engaged they want to go with that, because some of the old Pixel remakes made them a shitload of money for like absolutely almost no effort, because some of them even kind of look dog. So see, Call of Duty Mobile reportedly made $3 billion in lifetime revenue. I mean, the lifetime is quite long, but I mean, 3 billion is fucking a lot too, so... 1 billion downloads. With Diablo Immortal, the title generated 500 million in its first year and surpassed 30 million downloads. That's why they still keep updating that shit too. Call of Duty Mobile was one of the most successful mobile game launches. I remember I had played one friend playing this shit. The CS case opening craze could be more harmful than it looks. Damn, son. Are you sure? In 2023, Valve made approximately $1 billion from the market alone. In March alone, around 32 million cases were opened by Counter-Strike players. And the gumbo for kids, man. Skins market is gargantuan. Nation shown the ups and downs of case opening, spending tens of thousands of dollars and opening hundreds of cases before lending something valuable. Didn't Trizzy like get like some knife there or some shit like really fast? Took Nate shot 3,000 cases to do what Valkyrie did in 17. The gamba, dude. Historically poor return on investment has been reported, and with it being claimed that for $1 billion of cases opened, only around $400 million worth of items are secured. But it's that potential that keeps folks engaged. Opti Gaming Anthony Metazzini recently appeared on a stream discussing the concept of CS case gambling and the streams that glorify spending thousands of dollars on crates. He's adamant it's not a topic confined to gaming and has suggested gamers are far too sensitive to the craze. Normalized in real life, go to fucking sports bar. Listen, I hate to like dive in this topic because I feel it's obviously a pretty emotional topic for a lot of people, but I think we're like the only community that severely overreacts about gambling. You go to any sport, any competition ever, there's gambling plastered everywhere. I mean, in esports, they also kinda loving that stuff now. Outright gambling on stream and being dishonest is worse, and that opening Counter-Strike cases isn't a big deal. I mean, technically, gacha stuff, right? Trading card games is all kind of glorified gambling anyway. No matter what. No matter what. If you pay, like, you know, for something real money to kind of, like, you know, get a chance to get something good out of it, then it's already pretty much, yeah, just gambling for you. Not to mention when it's like about trading card games and like the skins in CS, because you can also sell what you got, right? So it's kind of like real money in, real money out, technically scenario potentially, and yeah, that is indeed quite the gambling there. Met has revealed that he lost about $1,000 on the Counter-Strike cases and called it a day, but then suggested that watching his boy opening tens of thousands of dollars worth of cases makes him want to chase the vibe. Nice vibe, dude. So put it to the viewers that Counter-Strike esports events are so enormous because Valve pumps case money into them. I mean, yeah, I guess not false. I mean, that's why the league, again, speaking of, right, allowing the gambling sponsors in the championships and stuff. Because, yeah, that's where the money is. That's where they have a bunch of monies there. I don't know. I don't know personally. Myself, like, making kind of content out of that feels kind of weird. I don't know. Like, if it's like a part of game you're playing, like, you know, you just want to open some packs to play some TCG, for example. I guess. If you got some, like, cases you want to open to get some skins, maybe, for... Sure. But, like, when it's, like, becoming the sole content, where you just kind of, like, rolling and rolling and rolling and spending more to roll more, and that's all you do, basically, pretty much the whole stream, then, like, well, I mean, might as well just, like, go roll, you know, roll the roulette then or something, the same shit. Let's see, so I see. They're kind of same back home, I think. Gamba sponsors were, like, the biggest ones always. Like in Russia, for example, like, I think, you know, other companies are kind of too slow compared to international ones in terms of, like, sponsoring content creation and stuff. So, like, the main sources of income, yeah, are mostly kind of some Gamba shit most of the time. Some betting. Mostly betting, actually, I think, because, like, legit Gamba, I think, is mostly already banned, if I remember correct. Like, IRL Gamba banned, like, long ago. You have, like, only, like, a few, 3 or something regions, kind of like around cities, usually around like sea territories, kind of resort, you know, areas, touristic areas. They allowing there to gamble. Like, you go, you know, on the resort to the sea to rest and stuff, and you have some illegal casinos there. Yeah, all the other Gamba is banned for a while. But betting, I think, somehow, like, some are still operating. I'm not sure if it's actually banned nowadays or not, but they do be operating a lot. I think gambling is bad. Gambling in general, like, as a concept, you can, like, in my opinion, put the equal sign with a lot of other things, right? Like booze, like some, like, light, whatever, any drugs, whatever, legalized in your country, right? But usually there is always some limits. There's usually some sort of limitations. There's usually some sort of, like, regulations around it, right? Like, there is, like, if we're talking, like, booze and stuff, right? There's usually, like, the special, like, we call it taxes, like the special government control thingy. They get some tax from that. They stamp, you know, the bottle and thing that is a good, like it's, you know, allowed thing. And then you also have control over the age and everything. Which obviously sometimes, like, especially back in my day, that wasn't really, you know, enforced that much. So we were drinking that shit very early and stuff, sure. But in general, at least, you know, they try to control that stuff. If it's something, like, regulated, controlled, and there is no access of people who shouldn't probably have access to it, then whatever. But it's kind of like, you know, the surrogates that allow you to circumvent the regulations and just deliver it to the groups that are not supposed to engage in that kind of activity, then that's kind of weird, in my opinion. I think that shouldn't be a thing. Weird out about all the moral crusading around it. Yeah, true. A little too much. A little too much. Guys who got horribly into the sports betting. And I know some people who got also in the betting. Not horribly, but who spent some money on that. Some of them won some money, but I'm pretty sure, like, overall everyone just mostly was losing that shit in the end, in the long run. And they all got there before content creators became a thing or something. They just kind of like, they liked sports, they got into betting. That's it. They were watching some footy and they were like, oh yeah, I'm kind of like, you know, I'm good at guessing this stuff, so I'm gonna go put some bets on. Like none of the content creation and everything was needed for that. They just kind of like, that's it. I know this shit, I can guess it right. People are stupid and should be protected from themselves to some degree. In a way, they should, yeah. They should. That's why, for example, it should be like government... like why, for example, like on Twitch you still can see some streams of like people gambling and stuff. Because like, if it's the legit, you know... institution, you know, based in the country where it's all regulated and stuff and they have a license to operate, then Twitch allows that, no problems. It's just like people who got, you know, kind of like wooed away from the platform in the way, people who were working with like stake and stuff, which is like literally like crypto thing, working from some sort of like, you know, Pipiaga Islands and in some unknown corner of the ocean, you know, with no regulations, no control, nothing, and whatever, it's like something happens, they just like pee poof completely into oblivion and no one's gonna find them ever. That's kind of the problem. I mean, it's like, I could say that it's bad, just like the booze is bad, you know, and like cigarettes are bad, but sometimes, you know, I feel it and I can drink some beer. And when I drink some beer, I sometimes can smoke a ciggy too. That's kind of the same stuff. I can also say it's bad, but you know, like, I guess some people just kind of partake into that every once in a while. And yes, some people become alcoholics, some people become gambling addicts. Like, can we, you know, completely avoid that? I don't know. I don't know if it's possible. That should be already like, you know, first of all, control over the age of people, right? Then it should be some sort of control already, like where they need to decide, like, is this person, like, we need to get some sort of like psychological profiling of every person, of every citizen, and decide what they're allowed and what they're not allowed to, you know, kind of engage with. Really an addiction if you can stop anytime? No. If you can stop, then not. If you can really stop, then not. For sure not. Yeah, I said these are bad things in general, like objectively, right? Like, for example, like objectively, smoking a cigarette not gonna do you good. Like, at the best, it's not gonna do kind of anything, right? If it's like one per year, I guess, probably. Still some minor bad, I would assume. That's why I was like talking about, you know, like the opinion that gambling equals bad. Like, it is. Like, in my opinion, anything like that is kinda not good for you. But in reasonable amounts, if it is controlled and stuff, then it's entertainment, same as like booze, cigarettes, anything really. Sound like a hyperbole? Wait, what exactly? About the targeting kids with gamba and stuff? No, I mean the thing is, like, it's kind of like they don't, right? Like when you stream, you don't really like target really that much unless you like specifically, you know, like play something that targets like some very specific audience or some stuff. For example, if you're talking gaming, right? Like, you just do the thing, and yeah, sometimes it tends that there will be like some kids watching. Like, that just happens. It's on the platform, there is no limitation, they just watch. There is like this mature, you know, like check mark that you can put on Twitch, but no one does that because it's like it's not necessary. Like, they don't force you until you start doing some sort of like, you know, pools and beaches content and stuff like that, right? Like, people don't. Like, I used to have it at some point, actually, because I think it was... I thought it will be actually, you know, like, kind of helping to get, like, more, like, adult people around. But no, it doesn't do shit. It actually just only makes it worse for your discovery. Which it already sucks balls, but it makes it even worse. So, no one used that. I'll say hello to Tigonich. Well, I mean, there goes the problem. Like, should it be on the streamer to kind of like assume what kind of audience will be watching them and kind of, you know, police what they do and stuff on stream too much? Like, I think that should be platform's thing. Like, platforms should, you know, kind of manage their audience. Platforms should manage their streamers. They should know and should limit, you know, who watches what, who streams what, in my opinion. Because you can't just, like, you know, sitting, like, for example, like, swearing, right? And, like, just, like, being like, oh, maybe there's, like, kids there watching. I mean, maybe they shouldn't then. Which would be nice actually to lower. I do feel like I'm swearing a little less than I was in the beginning, but I think I still should lower. That's probably like the downside of me, you know, like learning English pretty much, watching like Lyric Force and some other streamers that swear quite a lot. So I guess I had that going. No reason to not allow adults to go, but yeah, unless it gets in the situation when you, like, you know, kind of like, if you get an institutionalized, let's put it that way, fisherman, if you get institutionalized, then I think, yeah, you should already kind of get limited, same as like with booze and other things. Like when it becomes like very, very destructive, you should be limited with that stuff. And that goes to many things, honestly. Like, let's be real. It's just like, it's hard to kind of like find this like line between, you know, sort of like preventing thought crimes and actually kind of detecting real problems people have. I mean, there were people in there's a person in my community, for example, who gotcha'd to the point that they went full bankrupt. Like they got, you know, like proclaimed bankrupt by government, and the only things they had was like bed, table, and the PC, and the only PC was left just because it was considered like something they need for, you know, work and stuff for their livelihood. Otherwise that would be also confiscated. So like nothing, empty apartment basically, and everything was confiscated just because they gotcha'd it fucking up, dude. Like in a fucking gotcha game. I don't remember which one it was exactly. I think it was before Genshin, some other one, but like, yeah, that was just someone who decided to go full gotcha mode. Eh? Must sell PC to pay the debts. I mean, they would take the PC away too. They just managed to prove that PCs needed to kind of, you know, like to look for jobs basically, you know, and to work, sorta. That's the only way why they didn't take the PC away. So yeah, there are those situations, and in situations like that, I think if the person can help themselves, they need, and they don't have like some like, you know, relatives, like friends who can take over, you know, not take over, but, you know, kind of like help them a little navigate that. There should be someone, there should be some sort of like, you know, facility or something that should take care of that situation, in my opinion. For running their lives with gambling than with drugs, I'm kind of like, well, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm lucky. That doesn't sound right, but yeah, like, I mean, I guess it's Russia, you know. I have more people who ruined their lives with booze and some with drugs, I guess, but no one who did it with the gambling completely, at least. Even though there was like one kind of close to my family back in the day. Well, I mean, it was like my mom's boyfriend at the time, who instead of gambling, it was the pyramid scheme that they dumped all the pretty much money in and completely lost everything. Which, I mean, it's still kind of not exactly even close to Gamba, but I guess somewhat in a way you can find something similar there. Then yeah, I know some people who from time to time just kind of like get a lot of their like kind of disposable income just like dumped into some betting and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't know. It's a complicated one, but like in my opinion, like it's like part of the game, then maybe it's not like that kind of bad. As long as you kind of like, it's the same like as Twitch rules go about, you know, adult content, sort of, right? If there's like a sex scene in the game, that's all right. If you make that sex part of the game the sole focus of your stream, that is already, you know, bannable. And I think it's kind of the same sort of with gambling. Like, sure, you got like some case in the game and you just want to open it, go for it. You want to play some TCG and you need to kind of more cards for your deck, like, go for it. You play gacha, you want to get some characters, like, or like a character upgrade, like, go for it. But if you make it like the full sole content of your stream, that's kind of like basically gambling already, dude. But as long as Twitch doesn't forbid that, then whatever. If Twitch is fine with that, should you protect someone from that? I mean, if anything, Twitch should protect the young gamers from the craze. That should be Twitch then implementing some sort of like age gating and stuff like that. Like some age gating, some advertiser thing go into, because like remember all the like the hot tubs and beaches when it just appeared and everything, and like, you know, pretty much everyone just like stopped doing that because like the advertisers and everything pulled, and yeah, people got back to kind of like, you know, trying to skirt the rules and do some like, you know, edging on what's allowed in the other sections of the platform. Assassin's Creed Black Flag's Steam page adds new features not present in the original game. Custom volume controls, stereo sound, surround sound, mouse only option, adjustable difficulty, and save anytime manual save. I think yeah, it's all the old options. They just got added to the store probably because the Steam added new accessibility tags. So I assume they just kind of like added them to have those present, because like, yeah, save anytime and everything does sound like one of the accessibility things. So maybe. But I mean, yeah, there are rumors about the demaster. We'll see, I guess. Do you at some point not have everything you want gacha-wise? Oh, like in gacha games? I mean, honestly, like my knowledge of the gacha games is limited by what I kind of played. And to be honest, in most of them, like, I don't know what you even, like, chase them anymore. To be honest. Like, I played like Genshin for a couple of months, right? And there I kind of hit this like kind of wall already, where you need to kind of progress your characters a bunch. Otherwise, like, the bosses just become sort of unkillable, like at least the healing one. And like the grind wall I hit, and I just kind of quit. But I guess I could see kind of, right? Like, get your characters to the positions and the gear and the power level that allows you to deal with content in the game. But then, for example, in, what was the name? The Honkai Star Rail, I think I basically was kind of doing not all the content, but like, I think some difficulties of whatever. I forgot the names of all those things, but there was only like one thing, I think, when I still kind of needed to kind of like upgrade my characters more to be able to deal with it. But usually, I don't know, I was just kind of like, usually like either like hitting that wall, then I kind of was already, oh, okay, so I either need to kind of like grind this shit for like months at a time, because you have limited amount of stamina to grind, right? Or I need to kind of swipe. And in Honkai, it was kind of like better in that sense. Like, I didn't feel like I hit any walls, but I just kind of got bored. Because, yeah, you just like, I don't know, like, well, what are you even chasing there anymore? Like, getting everything, why? I don't know. If you like some characters specifically and you want to have them, then I guess gameplay-wise maybe. Like, you like how they look, you like, you know, their skill set and everything, maybe. Can you get all? I think to get all, you will need to kind of invest a shitload. And that's why there is constantly always new characters being added, because to have all, you will need a lot. And then you also need to upgrade those, right? And for that, you duplicates, and that is a whole other, you know... That's a whole other hole there to go very deep into. Now that is the hype actually. Let's see. That's why maybe people want it. True. Yeah, with gacha stuff, I'm not sure. Like, people who play for, like, years and everything, they probably already have the characters they want, but then maybe they already want other characters too, and then you just kind of keep going. And then they add, like, some spoon-feeding, you know, some story to you and everything that you may be into. I mean, it's usually kind of not that bad. Kind of alright. Like, I pretty much, like, finished everything was available in Honkai, finished everything available in Genshin at the moment I was playing. It was kind of alright, I guess. And then people kind of stay and do more of that. Then try to unlock more characters and stuff. I don't know, but yeah, I don't kind of understand it that much, really. Like, MMOs, like, appeal kind of better, in my opinion, usually, in the MMO appeal. Even though you also can hit the situation when you kind of have everything. More or less, at least. But MMOs usually also kind of like a massive, and like to have everything is possible probably only for a very few people who started very early. Potential footage for cancelled Damian Wayne Batman game leaks online. And then with the killer croc on the bike, insane. So it's supposed to be Project Saboth. Called a cancelled Batman game, which was supposed to be the sequel to Arkham Knight. Damn, son, I'm not supposed to get the sequel for that. Game was cancelled to bring more focus to Gotham Knights. Ah, yeah, totally worth it, man. That was totally worth it. Project Saboth was also expected to feature Nemesis system from Middle-earth Shadow series. That would be good. That would be good. The Batman Beyond, which one's that? Which one is sub-universe that exactly? Stalker 2 finally announced for PS5 with release window. A late 2025. No, that's not exactly the craziest window, but I mean, that's something. Oh, the Cyberpunk Batman, I see. Director of cancelled The Last of Us game opens new Japan studio. Moving to Japan to open new game studio. Damn, son. Former game director of the cancelled Last of Us online game. Forming a new game studio. More details revealed soon. Moving to make some more live service slope, I wonder. Or something else. Yeah, Battlefront 2 storms 123 places up the best-selling games chart following resurgence. Yeah, that's what we saw. I think it went from 123 to 12 though. Not exactly. 135 was it? Alright, maybe. The Western World We're closing all studios. That's actually true, yeah. That may be actually a 5-head move. Huh? Moving where studios aren't being closed. But he's also the one opening the studio, you know, so he's on the corpus side. He needs to have like some, you know, some levers there to pull. To fire everyone. Multiple Fallout projects are in development, it is claimed. Claimed by who? During an episode of Skill Up's Friends Per Second podcast. And who was that exactly even? VGC's Jordan Midler, alright, claimed several Fallout games being pieced together. Fallout is the big one, alright. Multiple Fallout projects in development, including, as far as I'm aware, that one you are all wanting, but it's not far enough along to say, alright. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're remastering, like that's 100%. Like after Oblivion success, I'm pretty sure they're gonna remaster fucking everything. Like, I'm pretty sure. They're just probably not gonna like rush with it too much, you know, to kind of like savor the tail sales of other remasters. But they will. Like Fallout remasters coming, like I'm pretty sure. That I'm pretty sure. And I mean, if you remaster Fallout 3, then Fallout New Vegas is just like pretty much like automatical because it's the same engine. So like if you already and a bunch of same assets and stuff, so if you're already kind of working on, you know, Fallout 3 remaster, then might as well, you know, just kind of like get the yellow filters going and remaster New Vegas too. Unless they want to make them with different kind of like gameplay and stuff, because like Fallout 3 and New Vegas were pretty close. Maybe they want with remasters to make them different. I don't know. Farming hard, if not for all the years wasted on shitfield, I guess. Well, I mean, that's the thing. They were kind of like, you know, hoping that Fallout 76 will be farming and filling the gap. And it did, but it only started kind of recently. It only started kind of recently, but it did start. And they do actually kind of increase the, like, how you say, kind of like, well, I mean, there are news actually about that too. But yeah, like, they increased the intensity of the engagement with Fallout 76. Like, They kind of started working on that shit, like, basically kind of like after the show release. Like, after the show release, around that time, a little before that, they got new monetization people, you know, that started actually working on that stuff. And they did start pumping content, like, in the last pretty much year, right? Like, since the show, it's a bit over a year. Like, they got, like, a lot of shit done with the game. So, I think that's where they putting, you know, the Fallout kind of hype in. But I don't know, like something big might be in the work, but first it's gonna be New Elder Scrolls anyway, so that we're not gonna see in a while. Something like offloading the franchise, like if Daddy Microsoft actually went to them and was like, you know, guys, like, you know, shove your pride or whatever with your franchises up your butt, and we want, you know, all our studios to work on something, so give, you know, like Fallout to someone else, some spin-off. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Don't think it's a good long-haul game? No, I think it actually kind of works really good for them so far. I do think so. And first of all, like, for me personally, right? It's like one of the very few live service games that I am constantly returning to. Like, kind of almost once a year or something. And it's been like already 7 years, dude. Well, in autumn it will be 7 years that I'm like playing and returning to that shit all the time, and I always like still kind of finding something new, and I'm always enjoying it, and all the new content still kind of manages to kind of find, you know, its own niche sorta. And now they also started working on like engaging more people with it, because they started reworking things a lot. They reworking the combat system now at the moment, right? They finishing reworking perk systems and stuff. Like, they actually kind of like, you know, starting to kind of like polish it all. Like, it was just like, you know, like throw more content on the top and whatever, and now they started already, all right, let's kind of like, you know, like build something out of this pile. Now, level scaling kills every game for you, I see. I see. In Fallout 76, I didn't feel that bad about it, really. It did feel kind of right. It does feel kind of weird when you just kind of, as a pleb, like rolling in, and some mega guys with like thousands of levels, they just kind of, you know, you just pretty much on the same level with them, sorta, in terms of your performance. That's kind of weird, I agree. I agree. But technically in 76 it doesn't matter that much, yeah. Kill everything in 4 hits. They do work on rebalancing. I'm kind of curious to see what they're gonna end up with. But yeah, they are working on that right now. Like, a lot of OP stuff, basically, I think is kind of being nerfed now. And rebalance in general in terms of, like, you know, like making more builds viable and more ways to play viable. Like, bots now not gonna be, you know, the only viable way to do it. Same as like stealth and stuff, same as unyielding and shit. The low HP builds, like, they do change a lot of things. So we'll see, but I think scaling there doesn't feel like that bad, honestly, in my opinion. You can play it alone though. Well, there will be people on the server, of course. Except unless you want to go completely alone, you can just go like get the Fallout First subscription, and then you just basically can go and get the like private server completely and no problems. Adjust the amount of damage you deal to enemies to fit the enemy. The thing is, like Fallout 76 basically has levels from 1 to 50. Every other level doesn't really matter. So your scaling goes there between 1 and 50. And 1 and 50 you can do very fast. So you pretty much can get to the stage where you're not scaled anymore, like, very fast in the moment. Everything after does not scale. Like levels after 50, they kind of don't matter for the equation. They matter in terms of like they give you perks and stuff, but game doesn't take that into account already anymore. Like you get your best weapons at level 50. Like your kind of peak damage is at level 50. Like you can get like legendaries and stuff obviously right on top of that, but pretty much for a game at 50 you peak. So your kind of goal is to, you know, like swallow the pill, get the 50, and then you kind of already like on par with everyone. 20 hits to kill a starting. Yeah. That is true. That is true. That kind of scaling is worse. In 76, it's actually kind of like they basically made it so you can just hop in and play with others like faster, and like that's where the game kind of like, you know, is very fun with all the public events, right? So like on the server, like every like 20 minutes there is like something happening that everyone just like gathers and does that together. Like low engagement, low responsibility, you know, not like you just kind of go in, join some random group, no interactions, no chatting, nothing, just, you know, play the game, peace out, done. I like that. No, it doesn't work in the 76 like that though. Like as I said, like level scaling only matters at level like 1 to 50. Like when you complete noob just joining, scaling matters. After that, doesn't. Like after that, there is no scaling anymore. You can go to level like 2000 and you will be same as in power basically as level 50 if they get the same gear as you. And they can get the same gear as you, no problems. Like there's no limitations for them getting those gear. So the only difference later is gear, and gear doesn't scale. So, like, it doesn't work in 76 like that, really. To be honest. And the choices do matter. Like, the difference between, like, kind of subpar build and the super... Like, basically, before. Like, they're rebalancing perks and stuff now, right? I haven't looked into it too much, so I don't know what's meta. I don't know what's strongest. The money, if he's here, he probably can give you more info on that. But back in the day, if you have... low HP, like for example bloodied build with like a lot of VATS and stealth, that was meta, that was super strong. If you get some sort of like, you know, high HP, like super tanky build and stuff and power armor, you might be unkillable, but you're gonna like take forever killing shit. So it was always kind of like that. Like it's not that bad. Still wish it wasn't there. The thing is, I think, like, I might again be kind of a bit wrong there, but I think if you are just engaging with the regular content as in, like, mobs on the map, if you kind of, like, progressing Fallout 76 as intended, following some story, you're not gonna see that, like, Noob Island. You're gonna, like, appear, there's, like, some ticks, level 1, you know. You keep moving, there's gonna be, like, ghouls level 5, you know. You keep moving, there's gonna be, like, Scorch level, like, 20 and stuff, you know, that kind of stuff. But if you, like, teleport into the area with the mobs of level 100, they will stay level 100. It's just that you will kind of deal, like, reasonable amount of damage to them because of scaling. So that's how it kind of goes there. Like, it's basically made so if you want to, from the get-go, from the appearance in the world, you want to engage in high-level content, you will deal fine with that. Like, well, maybe not super fine, but you will be capable. Sì, so che sì. The Rand's power armor still killed everything. Yeah. I mean, you could reach that. Like the thing is, like the regular mobs and stuff, they weren't really the benchmark. Like, the benchmark was like how fast you can deal with some content. I think it's kind of still the same. It's basically like raids and stuff nowadays, right? It's like how fast you can like run the raids, because there is obviously like a low chance drops there in the raids that you. So you kind of, if you want again to go for the gear, you need to kind of run those raids often. A lot, and then it all becomes about min-maxing. Can you do it solo? Can you do it solo fast? You know, can you do it solo with no risk, you know, reliably? So yeah, sure, you can make some subpar build and it will be fine. Like there is, I don't know what kind of build you need to make to completely suffer. Like as long as, like, if you want to kind of like, you know, perform somewhat, all you need to do is just any like full HP build and a bunch of stim packs. Done. You're just not gonna die most likely, unless like it's some super mega giga boss and your build is complete dog shit and your armor is complete dog shit, maybe then you will die. But I think if you put like power armor, full HP build, and like a shitload of stim packs, it's just like impossible to fail. Unless it's a content, right, where you need to do it's like some time, for example, or you need to kind of like perform good, then yeah, then you need to kind of min-max and fine-tune the build already. The only thing I want them to do, and I hope with like reworking of the perks and the combat, is that like, you know, kind of get like this like MMO-ness to this a little bit. Like get this like some support builds, you know, like tank build, making a tank like viable, you know, becoming a tank that doesn't make you just, you know, like not die, but deal shitty damage or something, but, you know, making a tank makes you save your teammates on top of that. Then I'm okay with with dealing not much damage as long as I'm kind of useful, you know, in the group. That's basically what I want. Like, I hope they will do something like that. So some sort of like aggro system, right? Maybe some skills would be amazing. I would love that shit. So you can kind of like keep the aggro. If I got to go for the tanky build, I want to be like, why am I playing as a DPS in 76 pretty much always? Because like I do things. If you play as tank, you just don't do things. Yeah, you also don't die, but like I rather like, you know, like fall and people like get me up, but I will be useful. And then like, you know, just like running around, not being able to die, but also not doing shit. So like I hope they will kind of do something about that. So you kind of like can tank, so you can support and stuff. That would be really cool. I would love that shit. Oh, in that sense, sheep. I think they don't really scale up that much anymore. I don't think so. I don't think so. Like if you go in some low tier areas as a high level, you just destroy things. So no, I don't think that scaled too much. I think like there are some sort of like thresholds, I guess, or something. Like in some areas they can scale up to some amount, but not higher than that. Like because like some events and everything, I remember I was just running some low level events. You don't really get a lot of rewards there. The XP reward is less than in other areas, and like the mobs are just kind of like dying really fast. So no, I don't think they scale up that much. I don't think they scale up that much anymore. But maybe I think so. At least I think so. At least I do think so. As long as it's actually like there is a situation that sometimes there was at least also at some point there were some like tricks and everything that you needed, especially in some inside areas. Like if you're talking inside buildings, it might be actually kind of different, because inside buildings when you load in and you, for example, kill everything, next time they spawn and while you're still loaded in, they might spawn your level. I think that was the case. At least it used to be before. But maybe they changed it, because I think that's also was something that people were abusing, because I think you could just like get some sort of like high level people in the area, just like clean it a few times, and then it's gonna be like a high level enemies, and then some low levels could just like, you know, like tag them to get like a bunch of XP. Like there were some like shenanigans that people were doing. So I don't remember exactly, but I don't think they scale like that anymore that much. Not that much at least. Same as I think if you're low level hitting like some high levels, I don't remember if you're gonna be getting like some mega XP rewards from that. But there are ways to level up really fast though. Like I don't remember which level I am actually. I think I passed like 700 or something, but I don't remember if I got 1,000 or something. I legit don't remember. It's been like a year, but like levels don't matter so much that I don't even like care about them and don't really count that much, so I don't remember. But I played like a lot. I played kinda a lot, and that's only on Steam. I played before Steam on Bethesda launcher also. And then there's Gastamania, who just joined like last year for the first time, and like he already like also like not the same, but like I think like 500 or more level. Like I think he's like started in a few days. I already saw him running around like level 250 or something in a couple of days. So you can level up really fast if you want. Like there are ways for everything. There are ways to do everything there, and min-max and stuff, which, I mean, that's also cool. I like that. I do like that. But yeah, about new Fallout projects, I'm pretty sure they do something. But I'm also kind of like very like like very, very sure that most of that will be remasters, though. Like remasters after Success of Oblivion, they're gonna farm like 100%. That I'm sure. Will there be some new stuff? I don't know. Not from Bethesda. Not from Bethesda in the closest, you know, period of time. Because I think until the Elder Scrolls 6 is out, they're not gonna be doing it. Like even Elder Scrolls 6, you know, they're not in a rush with it. If you look at it, right? Like there was like, oh, we will do like Starfield, then we do that. Oh, we will also need to finish with Indiana Jones, then we're gonna switch. Now it's already the DLC for Indiana Jones is out, and they still kind of like not really dropping on any info on that yet. So I'm pretty sure like new Fallout will take a while. The only way I can see them like pushing and prioritizing Fallout stuff more than other things is because of the show. Because like show last year farmed, and show last year brought so much popularity to old Fallout games that I would guess some people like up there in the corporate ranks were like, you know, like, what if we would have something new right now also to sell for the full price? That probably would be a lot of money. Let's see, so okay, see. No, there's like so much stuff you can get there that I'm still not done. Like, if anything, I'm just like now with all the rebalancing and changing of perks and stuff, it's just kind of like, bro, the whole new thing. Not to mention that I also kind of want to get the ghoul character because I don't want to respec my main back and forth most likely. So I probably just want like separate ghoul character, you know, and that means again a whole bunch of content to go through. So I am like I am not worried about nothing to do in the game, that's for sure. If anything, new character I don't want to, because there is so much to do and there is so much shit I was grinding that redoing it all again I'm kind of not really looking forward to. Even though I do love grinding, but grinding the same shit again I don't like. But they made like the respec, you know, kind of limited, unless you want to fork out money, which I don't want to. But I mean, I don't know if I even want really to respec back and forth, but like considering they might also do, you know, the classic thing with any MMOs and other things, as in like, oh, we buffed that spec in this patch, oh, we buffed another spec in this patch, and you just kind of like, you know, might be, oh shit, the ghoul is like shit in this season, I need to switch to the human, and then other way around, you know, and it's just kind of like money goes down. Very anti-grind stops, that's not the case anymore. Like the legendary stuff is not a problem anymore, how the system works. I'm actually kind of not sure what's like the general consensus about it. I think like people kind of like it because they kind of can grind hard. But I just wonder how fast they kind of hit the situation when they don't need anything else anymore. But maybe they kind of replace that with grinding for some other like very specific pieces of gear instead of going for legendaries in general. So could be. Could be. I mean, I do have like the shitty fucking fatigues with the camo fatigues and stuff that are like apparently were one of like the super rare pieces of gear. It's not even gear, it's skin really. It's just like the clothes that go over your gear that are super rare, and everyone like was paying a shitload of real money even for that stuff. And I got them randomly from one of the events. And they're kind of ugly too, but I mean, I was flexing those still. But now I think you can way easier get them from like some other events. So I think the value dropped. The value dropped, I think. Yeah, there's no grind caps anymore. Well, there is a grind cap, but you don't need the script anymore. Like you basically get legendaries and you dismantle legendaries into the legendary modules, and that's it. Like you pretty much, and that's not limited, I think. Maybe you spend script, or I don't remember actually how exactly it worked, but basically like you don't need to like sit there, you know, like you have 1,000 script and then you're done and don't need to play. Like that's not the case anymore. Still takes a while, let's see, alright. But yeah, you basically can grind all you want now. Like instead of like you run out of script, 1,000 script per day, you just like go and start like getting the modules out of the weapons, or rather you getting the modules that you need out of weapons, everything else you script until you run out of script in machine. That's it. True, guess about it, true. Sneaky Gamer spies on Sucker Punch HQ to see Ghost of Yotei being developed. Clip showcasing Ghost of Yotei being worked on by Sucker Punch developer. A clip was reportedly captured from a hotel overlooking Sucker Punch Productions in Washington. Taking a cursory glance at the map reveals there are a few hotels adjacent to the building in City Center Plaza that house Sucker Punch. However, given the Ghost of Yotei is very much confirmed and revealed and has a state of play arriving in just a day, it meant that the user who originally posted the clip wasn't met with jubilation and praise, but ridicule and scorn. One user simply responded with, "That's weird and creepy," another explained, "No one deserves their privacy to be ruined, so we can see sneak peeks of video games." True. Employee of a studio working on that studio's game on that studio's office, groundbreaking. In one lengthy comment, the user explained that they worked for a big publisher and they knew of folks who had regularly covered their windows and skylights ahead of major product launches because of sneaks trying to spy on operations with drones and by climbing the fire escapes. Kick. Might be suck, might be, but this one's Vogue, man. This one's Vogue, so they probably gonna still be mad. See no value for the best gear you want to build, but there is a cap for that. Well, I mean, you can have multiple houses though, at least. Let's see, so I see. Notorious GameStop stapler and Switch 2 auction hits $100,000. Damn, son. Someone has too much money to spend, I guess. 107,000. The bundle up for grabs. The staple itself, punctured box, includes the Switch 2 repaired. Neatly contained in a plastic display box. Perfect for a cabinet or a mantelpiece in your home. Bro. People can buy anything nowadays, looks like. Portable, I see. Nintendo Switch game vouchers to be discontinued in January 2026. What kind of voucher is that? Purchase Nintendo Switch game vouchers. Any vouchers you purchase on and before that date will work exactly as they currently do. Unused vouchers expire 12 months after the date of purchase. Ready, ship a ride. Thank you for watching, man. Have a good one. I'm gonna be wrapping this up soon too. I'm gonna get through the rest and be good. I like discount vouchers, like the vouchers that give you some games. Seems like, I guess, like digital codes. Marvel's Blade survives recent Xbox layoffs. Yeah, there were some rumors that they were cancelled, but yeah, I think someone was just fucking with the modern social media, you know, just like throwing some random bait in. That's it. And not cancel them. Subnautica 2 boycott started by community after Krafton layoffs. There it is. Calling boycott over shady practices. Do not buy Subnautica 2. Publisher Krafton fired all 3 original founders of Unknown Worlds, delayed the game to 2026. The devs wouldn't receive $250 billion in bonuses and not support these shady business practices. Do not buy Subnautica 2. Well, I mean, we'll see the lawsuit now. We'll see if they do have the receipts, who was in the right, who was in the wrong, because judging by the claims, if they have receipts, then it's pretty damning. If they don't have receipts, then it's all kind of he said, she said, and who knows, you know. Bloodborne Unseen video shows how different the game nearly was. Getting some more. Some more of the lens stuff there. The opening gameplay in 27 minutes though. No, that's the current, I guess. That's the new one, I guess. Or, well, the one that didn't happen. No, it still kind of seemed the same. Because they go like slide by slide comparison there. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, you can see which one was the classic one, I guess. All right. Show the same game. Well, I mean, I guess it's just kind of like to compare. It's not even textured and everything. Test them up. Let's see. Well, I mean, yeah, that does look like way less detail there. Not just texture-wise, but like overall. I mean, it does seem for now at least that there is a lot of stuff that is, you know, are the same, just the gray box environment that test things. Like, if anything, that kind of looks like exactly the same for now, just gray box. So, like, I mean, alright, sure, I guess. Resident Evil Survival Unit revealed and dubbed a dream come true for fans. There you go, dude. Dreams came true. Trust Hashimoto-san and Joy City developer with the game's content, and we are working closely with them to ensure the authenticity of the world and its characters. Would consider it a dream come true for Resident Evil fans, as numerous characters and creatures from across the series make appearances. For me, it is so refreshing to see characters who didn't have major roles in the main series now take center stage in this game. Also, this is a strategy game. I think those interested in Resident Evil but who aren't interested in action games can enjoy it. How much do you need to spend to enjoy it, though? That's the main thing. That's the main thing there. Strategy-based experience fused with survival elements. Do we gotcha there or something? What is gonna be? There's gonna be another one that's gonna be closed soon. We already seen some before like that. I wonder. Shut the fuck up. Battle State Studio head snaps back at Tarkov wipe haters. Oh, classic again. Another one. In a post on social media, one disgruntled Escape from Tarkov player wrote to Nikita saying, "You destroyed your game, bro." As a response, Nikita quoted the guy's post and simply wrote, "Oh, shut the fuck up." 10 minutes later, Nikita reposted himself backtracking a little. "I'm joking, don't shut the fuck up, every opinion matters." Damn, son. Totally newsworthy. Totally newsworthy, though. People be molding about the wipe, looks like, though. We'll have too much free time? Yeah, I guess. Starfield's missing expansion and Bethesda's silence stirring unease. Well, just as we were talking about it, I guess we weren't the only ones talking about it not that long ago. And more than a year after Shadow Space release date was revealed, fans are left sitting with what looks like a dead game. Dead game. Todd Howard confirmed the second expansion was in development in June 2024, but since then no meaningful message has been uttered. In March, no we're eager for an update. Yeah, remember this one. Truly appreciate passion for Starfield. Team has been hard at work, and while we are not ready to share specific details yet, we have a lot of exciting things planned for the game. We'll see, we'll see. There an obligation? I think obligation was for the first one. Second one, there is no battle pass. I get a season pass. And I think first DLC was a part of the deluxe edition. So first one was an obligation. Second, I think doesn't have any obligations. Yeah, I don't think there is season pass actually, at least not on Steam that I checked. Bro, like, on Steam games player base dropped 92.2% since launch. Bro, like who the fuck, like, gonna be will stay to play single player games like for 2 years after launch at this point already, bro. Just 50 people were watching someone play the game on Twitch. Like, man, like, what are these stats? Like, I hate this place, man. I hate this place. Like, dude, why we're applying these stats for single player games? Why? I mean, sure they can compare with like Fallout 4 and like Skyrim, right? But those are modded and stuff. If there would be no mods, they would be dead already also in the water. Like, people just play them because of the mods. Like, I don't know a person who's, you know, just like sitting and playing like vanilla Skyrim or something again and again and again for all those years. Starfield also could have mods, but it's dog shit, yeah, so it doesn't have mods. Like, in that sense, it is dog shit. But there's also a lot of other games that don't have mods and they just die, and that's kind of normal. Like, I don't think that's a good metric, really. I don't think it's a good metric. Like, what if they will like make, well, I mean, like take like I don't know, the Indiana Jones game or something, for example. Like, is it bad because like it's dead now? No, just like not every game is, you know, needs to be modded, I guess. That's it. Don't think it's not exactly necessarily completely their game. Sure, yeah, it's machine games and stuff. Yeah, I agree. Even though Todd also was there and producer and stuff, role and stuff. But like, yeah, in general, like it doesn't mean that you need to measure every game of theirs. Like these people in general measure a lot of games like that, you know. Like any like Veilguard, they were also like measuring the same way a bunch of other games. Like it's just when you're already dunking on something, it's better to make it like, you know, complete dunk, you know, like, oh, it's also like, you know, down that many percents, and it's like if it's bad, then it should be all around bad. Like the more you shit on it, the better it kind of looks, you know, in the eyes who consume that kind of shit. That's just how it goes. So yeah, I don't like that kind of comparison. I don't like that kind of comparison in many games. Player metric is okay. I mean, I still don't think it's really like viable because like it's a different game. Like, you know, I know what they wanted, right? I know that they wanted the mod scene. I know, absolutely. But like, it doesn't mean that it's like, you know, like somehow like showing that like they could make like amazing game and it also would be dead just because like no one wants to mod it. Not because like, you know, it's amazing, but people don't want to mod because it's like hard to mod. The modding tools were released only 1 year after, right? Like something like that, pretty much. Like it could happen. There is plenty of that happening around. Like good games that are not really getting a lot of mods just because like no one bothers and there is no good modding scene for it. Like it could be still good. Like I just don't. I don't like that metric though. I really don't like the metric. The game with infinite content. I mean, kinda true. I'm just pretty sure they're not like comparing it from that, you know, perspective in here, though. I would say. So yeah, kinda true. But I do think in general that it's not exactly the success. Like we can claim that it's confirmation that it's bad, right? But it could be also good, but still have the same metrics, in my opinion. So like it's not like a, you know, like exclusive parameter. Like, oh, it has these player metrics, that means it's bad. No, it's kind of like it could have these player metrics and still be good if they wouldn't fuck it up. If they wouldn't fuck it up, it would be a good. Probably needed also to kind of address a lot of things faster with the with modding tools and other things to, you know, kind of get the people on board faster before it's like the widespread hate on it. Then maybe some people would start working on it. Maybe some mods would make, you know, make it out alive, and then it would maybe actually kind of improve the game, and maybe then it would be kind of like snowballing into something good. But they kind of like made it all slow, and then people were, yeah, reading all this stuff. Oh man, no one's playing. I guess, yeah, there's no point even like doing any mods for it. Ready, Portable? See ya. Have a good one. Have a good one. Enjoy. Enjoy. Have a good one. Have a good one, sir. Dale Earnhardt's Junior NASCAR 25 involvement, mind-blowing. Wait, another one? A virtual future with NASCAR 25. This is like some sort of like founder or whatever of NASCAR. Or some of the racers they got. One of the biggest names in NASCAR history. Alright, let's see. So they just got some Amiga racer on board with the new game. Alright. Fallout 76 developers tease collaboration with Amazon Prime series. There it goes. Two teams do talk to one another. Creative director explains Fallout 76 team and Amazon Prime series teams regularly talk about lining things up with the seasonal releases of the show. Rush reveals that the teams do have plans for things here and there, but he won't go into details. However, players should know that both teams do talk to one another. Well, hopefully it'll be better, because the season and the collaborations they had for the first season of the show were bad. Might even release a hat or something. Yeah, it was hat and backpack or something, or the coat or whatever. No, backpack was for sub-gifties. It was the hat and the coat, I think, yeah. This is like I say. Mr. Beast invites every creator ever to join next collab project. Damn, it's time. It's time to join. Every streamer, YouTuber, TikToker in the world to join him. Insane. On August 1st, oh man, a bit on the short notice, man. Can't get the visa and stuff. Feels bad, man. Totally would be very poga. Totally would be very poga. Many of the world's top creators threw their hat in the ring for this collaboration. That makes QC poga. Insane. Krafton confirms a leaked Subnautica 2 dev document. Oh damn. Already going there. First appeared on the official Subnautica 2 subreddit, showed the state of the game development for May 2025 milestone update. After the document continued to make the rounds, Krafton sent out a media release to address its legitimacy, and as it turns out, the document is real. Circulating on social media and reported by various outlets, is indeed part of an internal milestone review conducted as part of Subnautica 2 project. Krafton confirmed that portions of it had been leaked and are now being widely shared across online platforms and within the fan community, and Krafton recognizes confusion this has caused. So what was exactly? Milestone reviews conducted regularly in collaboration with Krafton Creative Studios. Sure, reviews, alright. Process Central. So like, what was the review though? State of development, like what was it? Was it actually good in the end or not? State of development process, alright. May 2025, final recommendation. Final recommendation proposed to launch with an MVP level build that allows players to experience the core loop, survival, gathering, crafting, exploration at a higher level of quality. Current version is expected to deliver a certain level of performance based on its existing fandom, but is deemed to lack the level of polish and market impact required to drive IP growth and expansion. Recommended to enhance the content volume and level of polish before launching. Let's see. Game content volume has been scaled down compared to the initial early access spec target, making it necessary to reassess the feasibility of the planned launch. The overall shift in direction during development period, development efforts appear to have been concentrated on a smaller set of content. As a result, scope and volume of content have been reduced or modified from the original plan. indicating the need to reassess the release timeline and roadmap. Two biomes removed. One type of Leviathan removed. Fewer creatures, biomods and character customization feature excluded. Compared to originally planned EA launch specification, current target content volume been reduced and adjusted across various elements such as biomes, creatures, equipment progression, and features. Due to gap between current state and the content volume assumed during the initial launch planning, it is necessary to reassess the release timeline and roadmap. So, well, looks like they basically kind of failed the original plan. So, but now I guess kind of some receipts are not good, eh? For the OGs there in the studio, honestly, I guess. So if they already were supposed to release in 2024, right, in the beginning 2024, and like in the middle, okay, May, I guess, like close to the middle of 2025, they still kind of have like a very scaled down, you know, content. Kind of makes sense, I guess, that they decided to delay it. Like, if anything, maybe it was kind of other way around. Kind of, you know, devil's advocate. Maybe the CEOs and co-founders wanted to just, you know, like kind of like scale down the early access content and just kind of like roll it out as fast as possible to get the 250 million bonus. Well, the Crafton was just, you know, like, nah, guys, that doesn't, you know, that doesn't work. That doesn't fit in what we planned. So we're gonna delay it. Was it displeased the dev team that much? I mean, we don't know like what was like in contracts and stuff like that there. No idea. We'll see. We'll see. We will see. I mean, devs might know what was happening. If there's more people who kind of like, you know, have an idea what happened on all those reviews, and like if they knew that, well, we're not gonna hit, you know, the milestone, then they probably kind of expected it. So I don't know. I don't know. Like, if it's actually, you know, like really bad performance of the guys, like that in the previous one they said that, you know, like they asked them to return to development, you know, the co-founders, and they didn't, and they refused to. And if they will prove with receipts that happened and stuff, then yeah, I mean, that's pretty damning. Like, if the leadership is not working and they're doing some sort of like movies or whatever the shit on the side and fail all the, you know, milestone reviews, then why are they there? And trying to actually kind of like still roll something out just to get the bonus, like even if it's the bonus for like all the team, not just in their pockets, but for the whole team, right? And that bonus is like kind of on like at the expense of the publisher, you know, and the quality of the release in the end. Then like I don't think it justifies. I don't think so. So I don't know. I know that Corp are bad and everything, but I don't know, man. I don't know. We need more info. We need receipts, more receipts like this, because this receipt actually kind of showed that everything was kind of like not very good, and they already in May knew that they are not like making it right. Maybe after that, you know, when Crafton was like, "Yo, guys, you need to work on it more. You're not, you know, you're not doing enough. We can't release it in early access because there is not enough content, as we said in this review." And maybe the founders were like, yeah, no, we need to release, you know, started to push it, and Crafton, you know, well, then we have the last resort just to remove you and put someone more agreeable instead. Could be that, could be that. A Reaper Actual confirms extraction shooter gameplay as John Smedley defends the blockchain. There it is, dude. So that's the one from the last week. So it's basically the planet side, new planet side, kind of like from the one of the creators of the planet side. And it's gonna have that beautiful blockchain there inserted. Great link about Web3 version. Oh yeah, so it's gonna be two different versions. Yeah, there's gonna be like the regular version, and there is gonna be the blockchain version. Steam and even EGS versions won't sneak and include crypto elements, and there will be a separate ecosystem outside of the game where players can create skins or characters and sell them to one another, not unlike what the Steam marketplace does now. So yeah, we'll see about this one. MMO like crafting. Extraction shooter elements, insofar as there's a requirement to bring materials from the battlefield to an owned base. Players will be able to own multiple bases that come in various shapes and sizes. See, Slavik, I see. Chrono Odyssey addresses combat and performance, says CBT2 may not happen this year. So we'll see. Matrix system being introduced that will give each class 3 different weapons, 4 different progression paths apiece. These paths promise to introduce more diversity among weapons and broader playstyle choices, whether it's a focus on chaining skills, weapon swapping, or other tactical options. Also hold hands with new animations to make character choices more distinct. Combat responsiveness, devs are working on addressing packet desyncs that led to sluggish fights, as well as better camera views when characters are pinned against the wall, better lock-on views, and increased hit reactions. Performance matters a large part in this dev blog, confirming work on restructuring GPU and memory load, and more efficient development processes to both speed up production, maximize performance, and a host of graphics rendering updates. As for CBT2, we currently don't have a confirmed date, and we can't guarantee whether it will happen within this year. Schedule depends on development progress, and we want to make sure next build meets our quality standard. Gonna take some time. Can't make abomination. Yeah, they nerfed us. They nerfed us. And the guy who can only switch oil and car gets same money than you? Dude. You need some vacancies there. I can switch oil. I did that many times. I can do that. You and air filters. Well, I guess it depends on the car, but with some guides, should be no problems. Should be no problems. Oh, the portable already left. He would get like extra motivation to return to World of Tanks, I guess. Duke Nukem and Tomb Raider's Lara Croft ride into World of Tanks. The car mechanic simulator, yeah. I was replacing the oil in my Peugeot back in the day multiple times. I mean, it ain't rocket science, really. Wargaming bringing a couple of 90s gaming legends to its battlefield. Themed around Tomb Raider's Lara Croft and Duke Nukem's Duke Nukem. Damn, son. It's pretty cool here is that both of these characters voiced by same actors from the games. Damn, Keely Hawes and Johnson John. Insane. Players can go through 2 chapters that revolve around these characters and unlock several stages of a special battle pass. Premium reward track includes things designed to match the unique style of its hero, and you may commence with snarky jokes about heavy armor wearing tank tops and muscle shorts. The fuck is that even?
Uncovering the secrets of ancient tombs. Blowing off the 1,000-year-old dust from priceless artifacts.
There's Duke Nukem.
And kicking alien butts with nothing but a golden gun. And some bubble gum. Do it all with Duke Nukem and Lara Croft. The Heroes Paths event brings you 2 temporary Battle Pass chapters. In each chapter, you can get your iconic hero and a new premium tank with a 3D style. The new chapters will remain active for 11 days alongside the regular Battle Pass chapters. Activate any of them and switch between them as you like, including between the 2 additional ones. You decide what you want to get from the event. And there's plenty to get. The Tomb Raider chapter consists of 30 stages, each of which will bring you rewards. Complete the free progression, and you'll get Lara Croft herself with a unique voiceover and a 0 perk. The improved pass for gold features a newcomer, the
voices.
INT, an ideal vehicle for raiding tombs in a fitting 3D style. Just like Lara, this vehicle is agile and mobile. It can survive any predicament and teach the bad guys some good manners. On your way to Ancient Secrets, you'll find a lot of other treasures and meet Lara's companions, Jonah Mayava and Amanda Everett. You can find the latter in separate bundles. But if you want to unleash your strength and testosterone, call for Duke Nukem. His chapter contains 40 stages, a hero himself with an original VO and a 0 perk, and a Tier 9 premium tank. Heavy, of course. The new TS6
I just need to grind this shit like crazy if they're giving Tier 9.
Everything you need to deal with an alien threat. The tank is as big, brutal, and high caliber as.
Dude, I want to hear like the voices. I don't want to listen to yup. Like, that should be all said in their voices or something.
On your way to the tank, you can additionally get Nukem's trademark customization and 2 crew members, Dr. Proton in the progression and General Graves in the bundles. So, who do you start
Not even an
with?
example of the
Adventurous
voice acting,
archaeologist
bro.
or the ultra macho alien slayer? The heroes await you. Onward.
Your voice does not sell it to me, man, whatsoever. Whatsoever. Could be like with the voice of Duke Nukem or something going with some jokes and stuff. That would be kind of better other than this. Well, I mean, it's the same. It's the OG voice actors at least, so that's good. But still, like, come on, dude. Come on, I want to hear it. I want to hear it. August 2025 is gearing up once again for the MMO blogging community. Yeah, so blogging all the time in August. Maybe I should join that shit. Maybe I should join that shit. Get on that blogging grind. I kind of wanted to do some more of that. Maybe. Let's see, maybe I'll find some interesting blogs to read from this one too. Maybe. We'll see. It's time though, it is time, but maybe. Maybe it would be some extra motivation. We'll see, who knows. MC Games 3 of Savior unveils Aether Blader class, confirms server merges for July 14. So they basically get the merging like completely there. Where was it? Yeah, all NA, EU, and South America servers will all be merged into single server. Like, I wonder how the fucking ping then gonna be. And where it's gonna be technically, you know, located then. For that ping. So yeah, looks like... Oh yeah, and if you haven't logged in a while, then yeah, your character gonna die in the merge, which I mean for me it's kind of whatever. Last time I played it was in beta test, but like, dude, actually no, last time I think I kind of revisited it at some point, maybe even on stream. I think I maybe did, but it was still a while ago though, and not even that far, just to show the game, I guess. Yeah, when I did the Royal Quest also back then, I think I did this. But yeah, basically, I think game is not feeling too well now. If they're merging all the regional servers in one, considering the ping and stuff, that is not good. Adrulan Online Adventures, aka Evercraft Online. That's the one. Perhaps it's the next open pre-alpha for July 11th. There it is. It's the one that Remote is trying. A voxel-style sandbox MMORPG. Community Alpha Test 6 begin Friday, July 11th and run until July 13th. There it is. Euton. Number of new updates. Halfling Ranger class and it started zone quest, human and ogre race choices, and overhauled the stealth mechanics and number of class and ability adjustments. Insane. A Monster Hunter Wilds cancel industry panel about PC optimization after confirmed harassment of devs. Yeah, what they will be talking about there. Take customer opinions and requests seriously as they are indispensable for improving our products and services, and we strive to improve quality. On the other hand, such behavior has the potential to undermine the environment in which all employees of our company can work with peace of mind and to damage their physical and mental health. It may ultimately cause trouble and inconvenience to other customers. And there it is. Yeah, I wonder what they would be talking there about. How not to do things, I guess. How not to do things only. That probably is the only way. Tuesday this week? You mean next one? Next one Wednesday. Next one day of Wednesday and Saturday. Tuesday will be stream. Tuesday will be stream. Okay, let me check if I missed something. Tuesday will be stream, and it's gonna be a bit of a like all over the place kind of week. So yeah, there will be some like late starts and stuff. There will be some late starts and early finishes here and there, probably. Potentially early finish on Thursday, Friday. Late start on Sunday, most likely. Alright, this we covered. Oh yeah, this one. This one we can check. And that should be it. Knowing Steam players are hoarders, explain why you give Valve that 30%. Analyst tells devs, you get access to a bunch of drunken sailors who spend money responsibly. And then likely the person buying your game is not going to play it. Not false. No, it's by the Chris Zukovsky, I see. I'll see. I mean, not completely false. Not completely false. Yeah, it was from one of the showcases, I think. One of the announcement shows, I remember. Player base, they buy games they aren't going to play. More than likely, person buying your game is not going to play it. I see what I see. I heard about that one a lot. I mean, about marketing, you can yap probably like endlessly. Can have some good advice there too, probably. The reason Steam makes indies so much money compared to all other platforms is that they have built up an audience that is full of super diehard hobbyists. Basically, hobbyists buy stuff not because they actually want to consume it, but because they are collecting it. Illustrated by so-called pile of shame. Great stacks of Lego sets waiting to be built, a room crammed with Warhammer model kits, Everest-like mounds of yarn that knitters call their stash. Apparently even have a word for those who buy books and pile them up knowing they won't read them. Tsudoku. Valve cracked the problem that Netflix was struggling with. How do you sell to people who have so much entertainment at their fingertips that they don't have enough hours in the day to play and watch it all? Valve basically added infinite hours to a gamer's day. It's a theoretical future day where gamers might someday spend hours playing your game, but let's be honest, won't. High but not that high, yeah. I mean, I guess it kind of changes and depending on like how old the game is. Like if the game already hitting some like mega discounts, the percentage is probably kind of like changing a lot. But like new games and stuff, I don't think there's a lot of people buying like new games not on sale and then not playing them. Happens, but I don't think it's that often. When it starts hitting some sales, especially deep sales, yeah, that probably happens a lot. Steam shoppers were rational, only bought games they were going to play, we would sell a lot fewer games, and half this industry would be gone. Again, access to a bunch of drunken sailors who spend money irresponsibly. With sales, for sure, I would say. I would say for sure. Plenty of stuff you buy on sale, just never play, really. Probably. Yeah, the game popular on some sort of bundle. Having clear genre helps games do better on Steam because people know what they like. I mean, not false, not false. Back to making the platformers, yeah. Well, I mean, you know, some people need someone to give them advice, and even if it's like an obvious advice, yeah, not everyone can like apply that advice equally, I guess. I invented the backlog. No, it's just kind of like how Steam works and everything with sales, with like collectible cards and stuff, with like libraries, profiles, all those things, how sale work and motivate you to buy stuff to unlock some things, right? Get some points, get some profile things bought and everything, right? Like you just kind of end up buying things that you maybe don't even necessarily need, which I mean, yeah, it's kind of like hoarders in a way, kind of like spending money responsibly indeed. But yeah, I think it's like mostly going for sales. I think it's mostly going for the sales. I don't think it's exactly like, you know, it's like exactly just the Steam thing. Like, I think it's just in general gaming thing. Same as people like getting all those like, you know, humble choices and stuff, for example, right? Even though they know that like probably a lot of stuff they're gonna get, they're not gonna use, not gonna like play, and some of it they already have even, right? But they still keep that sub going because, you know, maybe 1 month there will be a bunch of stuff so that they need or they want. So, you know, I don't think it's Steam exclusive really. I don't think it's like you can use that to justify 30% cut to Steam. If anything, you can use some other things, but not that one, I feel. Sì, so che sì. True, untrue. So yeah, I think it's mostly for some like big discounts and stuff. Like no new games, I don't think so. There was like a few, I guess, when I really like wanted to support the devs. I think like Loop Hero I bought back then, and Disco Elysium I bought actually like pretty much like on release. Just because like first of all, because they're already kind of cheap on release for me. That's the first thing. Like I wouldn't buy something AAA on release and just leave it be just like gathering dust. No. Yes, you get the money. I see. Well, that's kind of almost how I do right now, except on sales I still buy some stuff. Like if it's like some old, like for example, like I went and got like on the recent sale, yeah, just got like Might and Magic 10 and got more other heroes. Partially because I plan to play all the heroes before the new heroes out, right? So I kind of went there with that reason, and then I also saw that Might and Magic 10 is also on sale, and it's old, so it's not like it's gonna be higher sale anyway, right? So I decided to just like, might as well get that too. That's how I usually function in that sense. That's how I usually function. Plenty of time. Well, I mean, it's gonna be like the marathon right before, probably. I just like I'm not planning to do some playthrough of like Hero 7 or Hero 6 especially. I'm just gonna do like, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1 day each probably, and then like boom, the release of a new one. That's the plan. 6 and 7 I'm totally not playing to like, you know, stay long with. Let's put it that way. Same as 1, for example. Like 3 I already finished fully, including one of the campaigns in Horn of the Abyss. There is like new campaign now though that is left. Then I also have 4. I don't mind playing 5. I don't mind playing 2. I've finished 1 campaign. I have another one left still. So yeah, some I will finish. Finish 76. You can't. We were talking about it for a while already. It's today actually, not long ago. So you kinda can't. There is still plenty, and since I played last time, there is more shit now already. And there's raids now, and there is ghouls that you can play, and there is fishing and stuff. So even since I played, there is already a lot of new things. Yeah, 2 is alright. 2 is alright. No Return and Boomerthon for sure. For sure. Okay, so that is going to be all for us today now. So yeah, I will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow RPG Monday. Tomorrow everything as usual. 9 a.m. You know, CEST start. Probably usual finish time. Everything as always. Everything as always. 1,500 hours here we come. I mean, considering I played on Bethesda Launcher for a while, I'm probably already there. It's like 950 hours just on Steam. There is also Bethesda Launcher, and Bethesda Launcher was on release for like a year, and I played a lot. I played beta and stuff, so I do have a lot of that. Let's rate 3 today. Boom. So yeah, I probably have 1,500, I bet. So yeah, tomorrow 9 a.m. CEST, we play in KCD1. Some DLC already going, a little bit of main quest progress, need more. Another DLC waiting, side stuff more or less done, so we kind of go in there, I'm gonna post the schedule in the morning, probably, tomorrow, update, so yeah, Wednesday I will be off, and Saturday I will be off next week, because yeah, Wednesday I'm traveling. Well, if something goes like, you know, bad and stuff, on the border controls and everything, then maybe I will be off, you know, for like, I don't know, for a while maybe. Hopefully not, so yeah, gonna be a Wednesday and a Saturday off. And yeah, some days, like Tuesday probably gonna be 1 hour longer, but I might start later, so it's gonna be just later finish, but also later start maybe, we'll see, because I still need to like prepare stuff, gather shit, you know, all that. So yeah, that is going to be a bit of an adventure still in the upcoming days. But yeah, for now, I'm out. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for all the support, all the subs, resubs, followers, donors. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you. And yeah, enjoy the rest of the evening. See you all tomorrow, 9 a.m. CEST. Love you all. Bye-bye.